Boys and girls, good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? It is Sunday. Sunday fun day, profession fun day. Plans for today. Streaming from church. If we can be blessed with some good RNGesus, please. Fighters is popping off. Popping off. Oh my god, we've got a disco bird flying in. I'm very tired this morning, boys and girls. I could have done with some more sleep last night. I could have definitely done with some more sleep. Let's get this going, shall we? I have been playing with alchemy some more. I was playing with alchemy a little bit more after the stream yesterday. And it's just beautiful. Like, quite literally. It's such a well put together profession. I really hope that all of the individual mechanics work together to create this kind of like loop, this feedback loop for alchemy. Which, if it provides any net positive results, could be a super fantastic way of making some gold. Secondly, there's only one concern I have with it, and it's that if there is a positive feedback loop to be had within the profession. Okay, so what do I mean about this positive feedback loop for starters? Let's actually talk some science very quickly. You make potions. You can then scrap those potions for catalyst. That catalyst is used in research. That research obviously teaches you new stuff. But secondly, that research will then also provide you some bonus potions. Which you take those bonus potions and you either sell them to make some gold, or you can take those bonus potions and feed them back into the system again. Feed them back into a loop. Now, if you feed them back into a loop, it's not strictly a positive feedback loop. You're not going to be able to print gold with this in that regards, but it does mean that it sort of dampens the cost of doing this. And it also means that when people spec in the right direction, you can amplify the returns for whether you choose to then just recycle them again or to sell them on. It could be very, very clever. And that's all before you get to transmutagen stuff, which in and of itself is quite clever. So alchemy has not differentiated too far in retail. They've tweaked a few things just to make it like, mwah, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Chuckling to the birds flapping in time to the tunes. Yeah, I saw this and I suddenly realised I make too many hunters, don't I? Clearly. Clearly that's the case, but... Will we see a gold-making Mantheus in the War Within? Well, absolutely. I have already... Let's take a little look over here. I have best part of 62 pages of notes already. I've got notes for days, right? You've obviously seen me on stream doing a bunch of stuff with the professions, but I've been squirreling away for quite some time now, trying to get an understanding of things.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Haven't finished yesterday's VOD yet. Did you find that Gleaming Transmutagen is far too low, even at max knowledge points? We didn't do any Transmutagen stuff on stream, spoiler alert. You won't get that far. I ended stream before we got that far. I spent way too much time looking at the potions and stuff, but I played with it a little bit off stream yesterday. there is definitely some bugs which I have reported back with the spec trees for alchemy. Oh, this isn't actually the right character, is it? It's called alchemy, but it's not alchemy. It's actually Manthe Potion we're meant to be on. There's definitely some things within the transmutagen system that don't work right now. That said, I still don't think you're meant to be churning out blasphemites like a machine. 1 or 2 a week doesn't sound outrageous to me. Zanzvid on the beta. Welcome in, Zan, by the way. Good morning, good morning. Zanzvid on the beta was given 70 plus gleaming, and now it's only given 20 to 25. Well, you only can from my little testing of it yesterday. I am by no means a pro at it yet. From my little bit of testing yesterday, it seems to go by the understanding So let's catch people up then. Let's catch people up on this. The concept of it, for the most part, is you take something. That something can be a big old list of nearly anything. You're meant to take herbs. It's like disenchanting. It's kind of like if disenchanting and prospecting had a baby. You are predominantly meant to take herbs, 20 of them in fact, and you smush them. And in the process of smushing them, you get a small quantity of transmutagen. The type of transmutagen you get seems to be quite dependent on the herbs that you use. So there is, at least at the beginning of your journey, some way to target farm these. You can target farm these, and you take these. Once you have sufficient enough of these, you can even go as far as to smush these ones. Smushing the transmutagen itself seems to give a better chance of teaching you new recipes or new transmutes, should it be. So there's a risk reward system that you're going to smush some of this back in. These are all bind on pickup, by the way, so you can't sell up these. These are all entirely personal to your character. You're either going to put 20 of these back in and smush them at the chance of a new transmute recipe if you're still missing them. Or, once you have learned some of the transmute recipes, and once you've specced into it a little bit, you get these coalescence ones, which are a daily transmute option to where you can convert some of one into another, realistically. Ominous transmutagen seems odd based upon my initial testing. I don't know why you'd ever press this button. Why would you take the volatile and the mercurial, 2 components which are the harder, more expensive components to get, and smush them into the basic shit? Not entirely sure why you'd do that. But you can take some of the basic ominous transmutagen. The reason I call this the basic one is because it comes from Mycobloom, the basic herb, which should be the cheapest, theoretically. You take... this is the easiest one to get, the ominous transmutagen. You can take some of the easy stuff and some of the not so easy stuff, smush them together to get a lot of one specific type. These are all, you start off only being able to, like, save up 1 button press of this. There's a 24-hour cooldown every time you press one of the transmutes. So you're not going to be able to do much of this at any point ever. But ultimately, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get to the point that when you do your daily transmute, that it spits out some of this stuff, the gleaming transmutagen. You have to spec quite heavily into the system before you even get this. And again, yes, I sort of agree that the numbers of this that you get seem to be, okay, well, you know, that time I didn't get any. Luckily, we have a magic button we can press on the beta to overcome the daily cooldown. What if we press the coalescence this time? Okay. Is it that the coalescing of them, the converting from one to another, doesn't actually have a chance to give you gleaming? That could be painful. Oh, that okay. That very quickly leads me to think that you might never press that button. Ooh, okay. I missed that yesterday. Yeah, some of them give you more transmutagen, the gleaming ones. It seems to be then, in that case, not the coalescence, but the actual, what you would consider the actual rare transmutations. Once you've found some, once you've unlocked some. Turning some into the others seems to be if you have too much. The likelihood of you ever doing that, considering it shares the same cooldown, though, is slim to none. You just wouldn't. You only get to press one button a day. When you can only press one button a day, you ain't pressing a button to... You're not using that button for a conversion. You're going to use that to proc your gleaming. Almost 100% of the time, surely. So if you do, let's say, smash one of these buttons... This one seems like a remarkably good one to discover. Ominous Call, because it only uses the ominous transmutagen, which in theory is the easiest to come by. And there you can see we've got a whole stack of stuff. 26 mercurial, some volatile, some lure drops, 24 of the gleaming transmutagen. I think we even got some other stuff out of that as well. Don't know where the list stops. But it's in doing the quote-unquote rare. Yeah, look. Lure Drop, Aqualite, Gleaming Transmutagen, 24 Mercurial, and 3 Volatile. All from 9 Ominous. It's going to be wild if it takes 4 to 6 days to make one Blasphemite early on, especially with weekly capped professions for knowledge points. But yeah, this is it. This is why we suspect hunting down those early knowledge points might be even more imperative. And it does maybe put a bit of a stumbling block in the old army alchemy thing. Or maybe not so much of a stumbling block, but more of a... If you want to do this on many alchemists, boy oh boy, you're going to be spending a lot of time leveling and hunting knowledge points and doing sweaty things. And yeah, so in essence, once you've got a bunch of this gleaming transmutagen, which by the looks of things, you're going to be able to acquire 20 to 25 a day. 20 to 25 a day by pressing the right button once a day. Once you've got 80 of it, you smush it into a Blasphemite. And this seems to be on a completely separate cooldown. It's still a 24-hour... You can only press the button. Even if you stack up loads of gleaming transmutagen, you can still only make one at a time. You can still only physically make one per day. You can never get more than a single stack saved up. Press the button once a day. But that long term is... I don't know. We'll see if that is changed in any way, because you'll never be able to stack up gleaming transmutagen faster than 80 per day as it stands right now. That's my concern, especially with how high the demand is going to be for primary gem and 6 sockets. Yeah, people are going to want it. People are going to want it. Guess what that means? Won't be cheap. Definitely won't be cheap. I tell you what, I haven't figured out the optimal path to Blasphemites yet. But the crafting cost of each one of these by itself, not going to be cheap. Especially until people have figured out how the hell the flipping system works. There'll be a path of least resistance to getting your gleaming transmutagen, but the upfront initial research costs in this could be pretty steep. I mean, I'm currently playing with the Spectre maxed out, which you ain't going to have done for a long time. What is this? 150... 100, 150. There's like 180-ish points or something there. Central C. Maybe not today. There's about 180 points here. And I would also point out that transmutagen, or transmutations in general, also benefits from having 50 points in alchemical mastery. So the full build is a good 200, 250 point build. Easily a full 200, 250 point build. And what I'd also point out is that as an alchemist that's speccing into thaumaturgy, you are not going to have a lot of potions and stuff as well. I mean, you might, but without speccing into flasks, without speccing into potions, you're gonna have to aggressively fish for recipes just to get knowledge points. Let's hope that there's a good source of knowledge points elsewhere. As an alchemist, I also can't see what your NPC work orders are going to be, which is a bit questionable. Because there's nothing here that could, unless NPC work orders come in for basic shit that you can normally sell on the auction house. I don't know. There doesn't currently seem to be like Dracothists, for example, we figured out, like, get to Renown 12, grab these barter boulders, get the recipe, and then it's 10 minutes of work in the profession to get it set up. Which is why Dracothists were so easy to multiply. This doesn't seem to be very easy to multiply across many alts. It looks like you're going to be putting in a fair amount of work. And let's assume in the first week. You get access to 50 knowledge points. You get 50 knowledge points in your first week. You're probably been quite a busy bee. Because there's not actually that many potions and flasks. There really isn't. Even if you hunt down first time craft bonuses, there really isn't that much. It seems like they've trimmed the fat, should I say, with the amount of potions and flasks. There's only a handful of each. So even first-time craft bonuses isn't going to amount to much. Can we science it quickly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably 1 from each of these, but we'll count them separately. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. You're barely going to be able to extract 20 knowledge points in the first week just from first-time craft bonuses. So there damn better be other ways to get a lot of knowledge in the first week, or you're not getting anywhere fast. You start putting points in here, you realistically need... you probably want... mostly start putting as many points in here as you can. 10 points in here to begin with. And then you probably want to beeline towards gleaming. Just purely so the fact that there is a chance for you to even get going with it. And you probably want to put 5 points in that as fast as possible to increase your chance. Well, you're going to need 20 points, 30 points minimum just to unlock the Blasphemite recipe, right? 30 points minimum. That's probably your first week's effort, is to get your 30 points. Now, we don't know how knowledge books and stuff may have an impact initially. Yeah, you might have to literally min-max your knowledge point gains on many alts if you want to get this like mini army set up. And the point is in your first week with just a chance, you know, to get to do this properly, with the cost of all of the materials in the first week, I wouldn't be surprised if you're looking at like 50 to 100k in material costs just to get your recipe and get the ball rolling. That's not even covering the cost of like your first blasphemite. They could be ludicrously expensive. Nothing to farm with NPC work orders if it's weekly capped. Well, yeah, true. Yeah. Knowledge treasures are still there. I know they're there. I need to go find them. We need to start putting a map together. After the treasures are done, you can park. Instead of farming dragon shards, you have NPC work orders. Until we see it, I wouldn't rest on it. This is the thing, right? The first couple of weeks in an expansion, if you try and take any shortcut, or you take your foot off the gas for 1 minute, somebody else will overtake you. It's yes, long term, you might be able to casually level alts in the background, but by the time we get to casually leveling alts in the background, most of the profit will have been sucked out of the system anyway. The best time to be sweaty is the beginning of the expansion. And if there is, you know, if there's an easy way to get 30 knowledge points, most people will do it. If there's a goddamn degenerate sweaty way to get 45 points, you bet your ass people will do it. If you got to play 18 hours a day to get 60 knowledge points, somebody will do it. This is the thing. You kind of got to remember. You grab my coffee real quick. Or dive in a bit more.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
All that said, I'd quite like to sit here and figure out the ins and outs of thaumaturgy all day long. But the reality is I'm trying to get my feet on the ground with a basics overview for most of the professions. Very tempting to deep dive this yet, but I've also noticed there's some pretty clear bugs. Some of the nodes are not actually doing what they say they should do, which might have an impact on the overall balancing of the profession once they do fix the nodes that aren't doing what they say they do. For example, the one that says you should get gems, reveal a beautiful gemstone, just doesn't work. If it does, the chance of this proccing is so slim. I've literally in all of my testing last night, I was playing around with it for about an hour. Never got a single gem out of it, so it's clearly still a little bit work in progress behind the scenes. There were some other things as well. There was another node I noticed that was bugged, and I figured out it was bugged, and I can't remember which one it was. Oh, this first of the day is also going to be very difficult to... This first of the day is going to be very difficult to quantify. And this node scares me a little bit. Because if you think about this, this means you are going to want to log on to all of your characters and press the button once a day. That might be the meta. Think about it for a minute that yes, you can stack up 8, once you're fully spec'd out, you can stack up 8 cooldowns of transmutes. So in theory, you could log on once a week, do your transmutes, make a blasphemite next character. You could do that, but if your first act of thaumaturgy each day yields a significant amount of extra transmutagen, if that significant amount of extra also includes gleaming, you are going to want to log on to every one of your alchemists and press A button every single day. You are not going to want to let them accrue. You are going to want, the way you min-max is by doing it every day. Press your one button every day. So this node is not very easy to test, but this node also scares me a little bit. They make that worth it. It's going to be rough. Yeah, definitely. Is Blasphemite affected by multicraft? Resourcefulness is meant to affect it. I don't know if it strictly is affected by... Yeah, this is also another thing, right? There's lots of... That was the thing I noticed. I'm glad you asked that, actually. There's lots of nodes around here that say they give you, like, resourcefulness and stuff when doing stuff. Where is it? Gain resourcefulness when performing transmutagens. Gain resourcefulness when performing transmutations. Yeah, so there's a few things here that clearly state that they should do something, but there's no skill window here. There's no chance for resourcefulness to kick in. So clearly it's not all been fully finished and polished and implemented yet. So time will tell when we get the next balance pass on something like that, how it ends up affecting stuff. Mikey, thank you very much for the Prime, though, by the way. I didn't miss that. I was just finishing my TED Talk. Thank you very much for the Prime. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. I've no doubt that the theory crafting testing research you're doing with Beta Professions will be successful. I hope Blizzard is watching so that you get in the midnight alpha after the war within. Keep your head up, lad. Excited to see your constructive feedback impacts the final versions of Professions. Thank you. Welcome in. Good morning. I'm not strictly convinced that my feedback goes anywhere these days, but it's all good. I enjoy doing it. Do enchanting after. I'm kind of half thinking about doing blacksmithing. I don't know why. I just want to look at something that's a little bit different. We've done jewel crafting to death. We've done alchemy pretty aggressively now. I want to take a bit more of a deep dive at one of the leatherworking, the armor crafting professions specifically. I wanted to look at blacksmithing because they also make ingots, and I want to see how that integrates with like the use of concentration and stuff. So tested 1k of each possible thaumaturgy item and I didn't get any gemstones. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that node just doesn't work. Do I need to have skilled dragonflight professions when I want to start crafting on the new expansion? No, dragonflight will not matter at all. Inscription and blacksmithing is very buggy. It's fine. We need to take a look at them anyway. We need to take a look at them either way. Did a bunch of the transmutation cooldowns yesterday, and at one point I had the stat window pop up for one of them after a while. Didn't see if it was when I procced something or not. Oh, really? Okay. Latest is a targeted August release and not September. Source? Souse? We got Souse on that? I've not checked the news outlets today. Blacksmith looks unfinished. There are 2 ingots with the same name and the profession doesn't seem to understand which is which. And it says you have none of the 2 ingots. Oh, is it really? Okay. More details from Tom Warren's notepad. Oh, now I'm intrigued. I have the notepad from Tom Warren. The original post didn't really cover everything and only focuses on Project Latitude. Here's everything from it, including Xbox 2024's release schedule. r/gaming leaks and rumors. War Within is targeting August 2024. Well, yeah, we kind of know that, though. We kind of know that. That's just... Well, I don't trust these leak things all that much. I don't put much value in them. Anyway, yeah, let's go and have a little bit of a look at blacksmithing. I'm pretty sure I've got notes aplenty on this right now. I really need to put my ass into gear and make some videos on this. Chanting's pretty interesting, and if the system stays the same, it's going to be expensive. Yeah, it's difficult at this moment to, like, accurately assess the price of this, because that requires some testing of, like, well, how do you get these materials? Where do they come from? Should really do that sort of stuff first, but I've learned from past experience that things like herbalism and herbalism and mining and skinning and that sort of stuff is often implemented quite late for some reason. I never know why they do that, but although that said, it seems to be mostly in now by the looks of things. Yeah, material costs on the recipes are still a bit all over the place for sure. I think next week's beta build could be an interesting one. They've already said they're doing a pass for, like, concentration values and stuff, which intrigues me. This one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Go. Right. Blacksmithing then. Where are we going with this? This ever-burning ignition seems like quite a cool system. Siphon the residual energy of the force for use later. Igniting the forge grants a boon of blacksmithing stats according to your ever-burning forge spec. Okay. Aquarites, core alloys, charged alloys. Definitely isn't going to come from just one bismuth, is it? It's to give you an indicator. Okay, that's meant to be the top one. Charged alloys in the middle somewhere. Do we have a basic one? The basic one's the core alloy. The cores. Oh yeah, this is where it's busted because you've got the same material going into making the same material. Yeah. It's unlikely to be. Yeah, okay, yeah. Blacksmithing very broken. Very broken. Can we get a feel for where it's going? Armors, basic endgame armor crafts, basic plate endgame stuff. Basic leveling gear. Early endgame level 80 gear. Same with weapons, endgame weapons, spark weapons. Lots of everything. 300 seems like a very low number. I suspect that will change. We've seen like as high as 500s in other places. Embellished gear. Maybe some of the stuff they've more finished. In the beginning of Dragonflight, my blacksmith, I spec'd into weaponsmithing, which turned out to be a bad idea. Everybody was looking for armor crafted, not weapons, because Wowhead told them armor pieces are their bis. What do you think I should go with, weapon or armor smithing? Go with whatever Wowhead says is bis. That's what I'd take away from that. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't even necessarily always matter if it's mathematically correct. If it's on a bis list, make sure you can craft it. Does it say at what level most of these recipes are? Like, can you get most of them at level 73, or do we need max level alts? I'm not sure there's going to be any restriction from you playing with this from level 70. I'm sure you can dive straight in. All I would say is that your daily quests / weekly quests / whatever they do to make us grind knowledge points might require you to then be a certain level. I think you had to be 72 and then 74 correct me if I'm wrong, before you got access to all of the weekly quests in Dragonflight. Depends how much you need to rely on them on alts, at least. Inscription doesn't even let you make the Dark Moon cards. Lots of the blacksmithing recipes aren't even giving you skill ups or creating the items. Behind the scenes work is probably a little bit lacking then. Once again though, blacksmiths are making a big chunk of the profession gear, which is cool to see. Nothing else, I can start building out a little bit of a list of who makes what. Stones come back again, buffs, PvP gear, via the work order system. I'm really gonna be intrigued to see what the goblin consensus is on this. I think it's gonna go down like a lead balloon, honestly. The early season PvP gear, I think a lot of people were like holding on to that as like one of the last remaining old school ways of crafting and selling gear. And if that goes work order bait as well, woo! Since we have NPC work orders, I can just pretend that the system doesn't exist. I wonder if the NPC work orders will eventually set like a floor price. Because if an NPC is giving you 500 gold to press the button, and you're getting skill points and shit from it as well, like, somebody comes along and tries to offer you 100 gold, you quite rightly can at that point tell them to jog on. Right? Flipping NPC will give me 1,000 gold, you cheapskate. Do one. Maybe not like strict floor prices as we know with like vendor shuffles and stuff, but just like psychologically, that like why would I make you a thing when there's a flipping NPC that will pay me better? You donkey. Why would I spend my concentration on you when I can make a quality 1 piece of trash for an NPC and get paid better? As an avid PvPer, I never once bought any of that green PvP gear, as you can buy a full set of honor gear with higher item level for only 11,500 honor. It's like raid BOEs. Most of this, although it's tagged as PvP gear, you're right. You're 100% right. Most people who do PvP are not buying this. It's people that are they've freshly dinged level 70, and it's just some higher item level than what they've got equipped, that they can buy from the auction house. That was where most of your sales were going. I make the link to like raid BOEs as well. A lot of people think that the mythic raid BOEs, historically, you've been selling them to mythic raiders. You've been selling them to those who are really pushing, like they're min-maxing, and no. You're selling mythic BOEs on the auction house to LFR Andy. LFR Andy, who's borrowed his dad's credit card. That's what you're doing there. You're like, mythic raiders don't need to buy mythic BOEs because they get mythic gear from the game. The game gives them mythic gear. They don't need to buy it. The very small exclusion there is your race to world first silliness. But same with the PvP gear, I think. Avid PvPers are not buying this basic PvP gear, no. It's all fresh max level alts that will pick it up. Same with Dark Moon cards. Long term, Dark Moon cards as trinkets were consistent sellers and always are consistent sellers because it's a big item level ticket. It's a big item level, and you can sell it on the auction house. That means somebody can just come along and buy it whenever they want, and they can be on their way. Sure, it's not an Abyss list, but it doesn't really matter. sold a disgusting amount of the PvP gear. Yeah, a lot of people have. A lot of people used it as like their main, you know, their main trick, their main hustle. I don't think who makes the profession tools has changed from. Hang on, let's have a look. Well, maybe I've missed a minute. Oh yeah, the profession tools seem to just be a step up. This is what I've seen for most of these. Where do they go? Profession equipment. They just seem to simply be an item level bump, and in turn, a skill bump. Plus 18 on the tools. Plus 18 on the tools. Plus, and also, I wonder the random stat thing. These maybe are not finished either yet. Okay. That's not got any stats on it yet. These are all clearly not finished. I need to do something to get 25 skill points so I can see the spec trees, I suppose. So we've done a lot of nothing so far. Might need one of them.
I have just the thing for you.
Give me a big up. What requires Kazalgar blacksmithing 15? What? What? So I can't even. Okay, sure.
Walk with the earth, mother. I've been expecting you.
Bismuth. Basic entry weapons. Entry weapon using a sanctified alloy. Lol. Sure. Surprised to see how many tools jewel crafting makes in the expansion. Don't know if they make any in Dragonflight, but the list seems to be quite long. Jewel crafting? I think it was only like 4. Don't forget they make the basic versions and then the better version. Green at 10, which you'd probably then switch out to using them to make more of these. Which expansion do you think had the best profession system? Dare I say, it has to be Dragonflight. There's no... For all of its flaws, there's no question in my mind that as a piece of gameplay, as a piece of content, Dragonflight just has the best profession system. The problem is, the problem I was bashing on about the whole expansion, is that there are some gaping holes in it. Some massive flaws to the system. Generally speaking, Dragonflight has to be the best. And at this pace, if they can make those refinements, if they can make those tunings, then the War Within will easily then be the best profession system we've ever had. Alchemy right now is just a beautifully well put together system. Very, very clever system. Prior to Dragonflight, though, I very much enjoyed Legions. I liked the fact that Legion tried to implement some actual proper gameplay. You know, you had quest lines and shit like embedded in it, and you had, you know, you had some extra bonus things to do. I really liked Legion. I also, though, think that I might have rose-tinted goggles about Legion because it's an expansion I didn't get to play as much as I wanted to. Just realised they made the PvP gear bind on pickup too. They're nuts. Yeah, it's going work order. PvP gear is going work order bait, yeah. Shadowlands? Shadowlands made me a lot of gold. I wouldn't strictly say it was a great fashion setup. Going into Shadowlands, I was very disappointed at how bare-bone most of the professions looked. Let me just put it out there that if it wasn't for the gold-making potential of legendaries in Shadowlands, Shadowlands was dumb level simple. There was nothing to it. Absolutely nothing to it. The only thing that kept it going was that its Crafter's Mark business added that nice little patch refresh every time. Is kind of needed. The Crafter's Mark system was good as a catch-up for those that turned up late to the party, should we say. That's the only disadvantage. That's one of the flaws with Dragonflight implementation of professions, is that with zero catch-up the entire expansion, it's been brutal for anybody that didn't start right at the beginning. Shadowlands was one long Glyphmas, pretty much, yeah. I did some alchemy recipe discoveries yesterday, and it seems that the higher quality flowers make a big difference, at least in my small testing. What, in terms of actually learning new stuff? Yeah, I noticed that as well last night, that using quality 2, quality 3 herbs seems to also impact your chance of learning something new. And I wonder if there's some hidden modifier on the quality 3 herbs. I wonder how big the differences are between qualities. Yeah, that's something that's going to be very difficult. Like, the only way you can test that sort of stuff and figure that sort of stuff out, minus actually just hardcore digging through the game files, the only way you figure that out is you take quality 1 herbs and you calculate how many herbs it takes you to learn all of the recipes from that herb using only level 1 herbs. Then you make a new character, load alchemy again, do the same thing with quality 2, then you do the same thing with quality 3. Try and see if there's a noticeable difference. Not a fun way of testing, but it would at least clarify if using better quality herbs does actually have a better chance of learning new stuff. You'd only have to do the test 3 times, realistically, but... hidden skill value gone. As it stands right now, yes. Praise the Lord, because it was mighty annoying at the best of times, hidden skill value. And remarkably unfair. Remarkably unfair. As it was one of those, if you knew, you could take advantage of it. If you didn't know it was a thing, it was very difficult to figure out that it was a thing or how it worked. It was a touch unfair. There was zero reference to it in the game anywhere. Right, 25. Now we can at least see the spec trees. So right, let's have a look. Let's start at the beginning. Armor smithing. Leveraging the tools and the techniques of the Kazongar to craft plate armor. Is it as we would expect? It branches out into large plate, sculpted, and then fine. Reality, breastplates greaves, shields, helms, pauldrons, sabatons, belts, vambraces, and gauntlets. Okay. That mostly looks like a copy-paste, doesn't it? If it's not broken, don't fix it. This is why it's called hidden. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why it got, you know, HSV or hidden skill value was a community-made term, right? Somebody at some point decided to call it that, and it just stuck. Shields in armor smithing. Yeah, I said shields, didn't I? Did I say shields? Yes, shields. Any interesting nodes? Learn to use optional reagents to upgrade the item level on most plate armor or shields and unlock a sub-specialization of your choice. Skill, skill, sub-spec, skill, skill, skill. Okay. Pretty. Learn to use optional reagents to specify the secondary stats and add embellishments to large plate armor or shields. Skill, sub-spec, skill, sub-spec, skill, finishing reagents. Okay, underwhelming. Learn to craft the Everforged breastplate. Okay, so we're going to learn the pieces by getting to the nodes. Okay. Skill, 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 skill. Repair hammer. Okay. That's going to be the same for everyone, isn't it? Okay. Minus the front end of the profession being very broken right now. Spectries are just fundamentally copy-paste. Nothing changed here. Nothing changed. No stacking skill. No stacking anything but skill into the different things. Very simple. In fact, I'd go as far as to say they've probably simplified this because there's no resourcefulness. There's no ingenuity. There's nothing else in this. That's about as simple as straightforward as you could possibly make it. Okay. Is weaponsmithing the same? Just... Okay. Weaponsmithing's probably the same, isn't it? Learn to use optional reagents to upgrade the item level. Skill, 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 skill. Okay. Blades. Learn to craft the Everforged saber. Okay. The one question I'll have with this is, even though it's probably not fully implemented yet, is if you fully build to a tree, can you then surpass whatever the recipe difficulty is? What is the recipe difficulty currently for some of these? 300. I know they said they're doing a balance pass on this next week anyway. 300 seems super duper mega easy to achieve, even by the time you're slapping big boy stuff on it. Anything interesting here that's going to jump out at me? No. Okay, so armor smithing and weapon smithing, same old, same old. Master the art of smithing profession equipment and consumable items. Oh, okay, this tree is a bit more wiggly. Means of production. Improve at the more industrial aspects of blacksmithing, gaining plus skill. Learn to craft the toolbox, whatever that is. Artisan blacksmith's toolbox. That's probably our own accessory, isn't it? The fact it's called means of production, it it doesn't give you any like production and feeling bonuses. Just flat skill everywhere. Tools of the trade. Own your skills at crafting the profession equipment. Get to learn how to make the blacksmith hammer. Gain 5 skill and 5 resourcefulness when crafting profession tools. A little bit of skill, a little bit of skill, a little bit of skill, a little bit of skill. Gain 10 ingenuity when crafting profession equipment and learning the final sub-spec. If you've got to fully spec into it before you even get your ingenuity, that doesn't seem to make much sense to me, because the probability is that by the time you have fully specced into it, you should be able to guarantee it at top quality anyway. Meaning, meaning you don't need ingenuity by that point. That's worth testing. I have a suspicion that that's entirely pointless. Makes you get all the way to the end of the node before giving you any ingenuity. You're not going to need it by the time you get it. Trade tools, your ability to craft profession tools. How's that different from this? Profession equipment, profession tools. Oh, they've split out profession tools and profession accessories then. Optional reagents to specify the secondary stats on profession tools. Skill when making them. Skill and a little bit of resourcefulness. Skill and crafting speed when crafting profession tools. It's not like a potion you're making 1,000 of. Okay. Stonework. Improve your ability to craft consumable stones which temporarily enhance your weapons and profession tools. Skill and resourcefulness when making them. Skill and resourcefulness. Skill and resourcefulness. Skill and resourcefulness. Skill and resourcefulness. Skill and crafting speed. That's it. Weapon stones. Profession tools. Iron claw razor stone. Iron claw whetstone. Okay. Yeah, these are just maybe I shouldn't have done alchemy and drawn crafting first. Alchemy is like somebody has made alchemy feels like somebody has taken a piece of clay and molded it into, like, you know, one of those statues of like a Greek goddess, like Greek Olympic, like an Olympic athlete or something. Relative blacksmith feels like some teenagers grabbed a piece of clay and made a massive clay penis, and that's about it. The contrast between the two professions is vast. They put the intern on this one, maybe. Fortuitous forges. Improve your ability to make the finishing reagents and alloys. Learn to craft the charge alloy. Wait, hold on. So you're gonna actually have to spec in before you get the charged alloy. Is meant to be the top one, right? No, the charged alloy is meant to be an intermediate one. Sanctified alloy is meant to be the big one. Oh, so you're gonna need to spec into even being able to make some of these alloys. Okay. I guess that hard, you know, I guess that is the way that they do this, what I was saying with Dawn crafting and even alchemy to a degree, that they really want to separate. They want like a big divider between the different specs. If you've gone this way, you're not going that way. You can't do a little bit of everything and then this really well. You pick your lane and you stay in your lane. So, like, if you choose to go armor smithing and you're putting all your points in armor smithing, you aren't even going to be able to make the alloys that you need to make half the armor, meaning you are categorically going to have to buy them, even though you are a blacksmith yourself. Really aggressively differentiating the specs, at least early on. Maybe different teams have worked on them. I mean, it's the same team, but there'll be there's more passion put into some than there is others, clearly. Skill, crafting speed, you have to spec deep into it before you get multi-craft as well. Gain 40 multi-craft and 10 crafting speed when crafting alloys and frameworks. The final node, you get 40 multi-craft from 25 points. And the final node is just 10 multi-craft more. Switch those around. Switch those around. Surely the end node would be better off being like the one you strive for, right? Surely. Racial bonuses still exist, yeah. You spec into alloys, improve your ability at crafting alloys. Learn to craft the sanctified alloy. Okay, so yeah, this goes to prove my point again. You have to fully spec in to even be able to make these. It's not like you can make them, you're just not as good at making them as somebody else. No, you're categorically not going to be able to make half of the materials you need if you've chosen to put all your points over in like armor smithing, for example. Learn to use finishing agents and additional effects when crafting alloys. I wonder how impactful they'll be. Frameworks. What's the difference between an alloy and a framework? What have I missed here? How's a framework? Oh, frameworks. Forged framework. Oh, frameworks are finishing reagents. $15 multi-craft when crafting consumable items. 12 resourcefulness when crafting consumable items. 12 ingenuity when crafting consumable items. Okay. So blacksmiths are more going to be responsible for buffing the performance of other professions if you go that route. I suppose that's kind of cool. What they need to do though is make sure that for example, if you are going to gain 15 multi-craft when crafting consumable items, you better make sure that this isn't so goddamn ridiculously expensive that it outweighs the benefit you gain by the multi-craft, otherwise they're dead on arrival. That means they need to be careful with what reagents they use for these. Okay. Okay. So far, until I look at the Everborning, I left this one till last for a reason. I hope it's the one that's new, and I hope it's the one that offers something interesting. Armor smithing, weapon smithing, does what it says on the tin. You make weapons, you make armor. Nothing fancy going on in there. Means of production, you've got your option for making the profession tools for other people. And more importantly to most, I reckon, the intermediate items. You can be a blacksmith that makes alloys, right? That makes stuff that sells it to the other blacksmiths who then go on to make the armor with it. Because they won't... If you have spec'd armor smithing, you can't even make your own bars. Okay. Right, let's look at Ever-Burning Forge then. Unlock the secrets of the ever-burning forge, significantly improving your blacksmithing capabilities while active. Learn to craft an ever-burning ignition to set your crafting ability ablaze. Gain additional charges of ever-burning ignition and reduce its cooldown. Enhance the ever-burning ignition to grant even more ingenuity, multicraft, and resourcefulness. So where do we start with then? Ignite the forge and learn useful techniques to improve your crafts. Gain ingenuity, multicraft, and resourcefulness per point in this spec. You get to make the ever-burning ignition then. Which gain ingenuity, multicraft, and resourcefulness based on your ever-burning forge specialization for 30 minutes. Unique 10. 5 out of 5 crafts. So you're going to have to do your crafting in bursts. It's sort of emphasizing that you log on, you do a burst craft of stuff. I wonder what the cooldown rate on these are. Wonder how many artisan security these are going to cost. Whether or not they limit us more than the cooldown. Good point. Every 30 minutes you got to pop a single one of these potentially. Yeah, I wonder how much I wonder what they're going to balance these materials to be. Oh. Oh, now the button's back. There was no craft button a minute ago. 2-hour cooldown on even crafting a single one. From the word go. Your aptitude with the forge has granted you 2 ingenuity, 2 multicraft, and 2 resourcefulness for 30 minutes. Okay. So it hits like a wet fish when you first get it. And nobody excited about that. But of course it's going to scale. Question is how does it scale? Do we have a button like we do with... Hang on. Please give me a reset button. Is there no reset button?
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
No reset button.
Hurry back.
Okay. Maybe there is, I just need to look for it a bit further. What else do we get when we put some points in there then? Ignition charges reset 25% faster. So that's going to take that... Did I say 2-hour cooldown? 2-hour cooldown goes to... an hour and a half cooldown. Gain an extra charge of ever-burning ignition and unlock a sub-spec. We'll look at the sub-specs in a minute. Charges reset 25% faster again. That'll take it down to an hour. Gain an extra charge. Ever-burning ignition resets 25% faster. That'll take it down to half an hour. Gain an extra charge of ever-burning ignition and unlock the final one. Reset 25% faster. Does that by that point mean that there's no cooldown on them? And you gain 2 extra charges of ignition and learn the final sub-spec. Okay, so fully spec'd into it. You're just not going to have a cooldown. Apparently. What sub-specs we got? Imaginative foresight. Become a more inspired and imaginative blacksmith, potentially improving the quality of your crafts. Gain +1 ingenuity whilst using ever-burning ignition per point in this sub-spec. On learning it, you gain 5 ingenuity when using your ever-burning ignition, and ingenuity refunds 10% additional concentration. Okay, this is what they're going to apparently implement soon, TM. Our first initial view of concentration was that it would just refund 100%. Like if you had to concentrate and ingenuity kicked in, you just get all of your concentration back. They're changing it so that you get a percentage of it back. This means that they can do things like this, like build in perks that give you more of a percentage back, I suppose. Percentage base is better. Yeah, I agree. Refunding 100% feels odd. Because it still means... It means that you can't just get lucky and chain 2 or 3 extra crafts at the end of what you would normally do. Having it give you like 50% back or something is much better. I'm still not sold on the fact that ingenuity is really going to matter. We very much at the beginning of Dragonflight quickly came to the conclusion that inspiration was just king. Inspiration was king, it was always going to be king, and guess what? It was king, right? You would stack inspiration to the hills, you'd do everything in your power to get your inspiration as high as possible, because it practically meant free shit. This time round, I'm not sold that ingenuity is going to be something we really care about at all. Especially if they're making concentration something that theoretically we can overcome and get to the point where we don't need to use it anyway. I'm not going to spend the early parts of my game stacking a stat that is ultimately then going to be a waste when I eventually don't need to use the concentration anyway. The only time this might be more impactful is for long-term mass-producing professions like alchemy, where you may still chunk through your concentration slowly but surely, crafting lots of stuff. So, yeah, 10% bonus, 10% bonus, 10% bonus, 10% bonus, 10% bonus, 50% additional. If this is giving you 50% additional, the question will then be, is if they decide that an ingenuity proc gives you 50% of your concentration back, if you fully spec into this, will it then result in you getting 100% back? Or will it be an additional 50% of your 50%? Meaning actually only 25% bonus, so 75% back. It depends on how they do the maths on that. Thought you weren't going to be on this weekend? It's busy season. We're busy. One of the reasons is I know categorically the next 2 weekends I'm not going to be able to be online. Like, full stop. Like, I'm out the house, I'm busy, I'm doing things for the next 2 weekends. So I thought, as I'm in the house this weekend, I might as well at least be streaming as well. Get some work done. Become a more discerning and resourceful blacksmith, improving your ability to save valuable reagents. Gain resourcefulness whilst using your ever-burning ignition. Is that just what this is going to be? One is resourcefulness, one is multicraft, one is ingenuity. It is, isn't it? So have they taken this concept and just copy-pasted it 3 times? whole spec tree devoted towards your secondary stats. I wonder, you know, I wonder if they had to make the change so that concentration doesn't refund 100%, just so they could squeeze this tree in blacksmithing, because the rest of it is very basic. It's cool. It's a nice twist. I'll give you that. It's a nice twist that you. This will be a nice to have, but I can't imagine this is something everybody's going to feel super. Especially when you look at the amount of points you can put into this tree, right? You choose to go armor smithing, you've got your work cut out for you here. You got 1, 2, 3, 100, 225, 30, 60, 90, 315, 345 points in this tree. 345 points to fill your armor smithing tree. Weapon smithing is going to be slightly less. Still a lot of points. Means of production. Yeah. Yeah, if Everburning Forge wasn't here, blacksmithing's real simple. Real simple. It's a cool little twist. I'll give them that. It's a cool little twist. What we need to do, and what I don't think we're going to be able to really do, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not entirely sure it's worth doing, is leveling it up to max, speccing out the full tree, just to see how it looks when it comes to crafting some of this endgame gear. But I also think that the recipe difficulties, I'm not convinced those have been balanced yet. Everything says 300. Absolutely everything. 325 on some of the embellished stuff. I'm not convinced these recipe difficulties are anything to take interest to yet, especially when the PvP stuff says 400. Why would it be more difficult to make a high quality piece of PvP gear than a flipping piece of mythic gear? Plus that's going to offer, a Gladiator's Heraldry is going to offer plus 150 recipe difficulty, 550 total difficulty to overcome. Yeah, that makes me think that the basic, these numbers are yet to change. Yeah, ingenuity is going to be... I tend to think this more and more now, that ingenuity and concentration isn't really something for gear crafting. It's a means to an end for gear crafting for whilst you're skilling up, but eventually it's not going to be a thing. Meaning you're going to predominantly focus most of your concentration and most of your ingenuity skill into mass producing something to sell. But that might be a secondary thing for a lot of professions, depending on how you choose to spec. Okay. Do we... Can I now actually use this? Okay. Oh, I spec'd into this thing, didn't I? So what do we get when this thing's fully capped? What do we actually get when this thing is absolutely pumped? What sort of bonuses are we potentially looking at the end of this? It's 100 points in this entire tree. $20, $40, $60, $40, 100 points in the entire tree. Doesn't retroactively thing. I make another one. Now it stacks up to 10. It doesn't stack the buff, it only resets the buff. And it's going to offer us, once fully skilled, 115 ingenuity. That's only an 11% chance to refund your concentration, by the way. Yeah, it says here we've got 245 from somewhere. Where have we got the extra from? You have a 24.5% chance to have an ingenious breakthrough when you concentrate on a craft, refunding all concentration you spent. Where did the extra come from? This says it gives us 115. Five. Every point was giving us 1. So that's 20, 25, 30, 40, 65, 80. Okay, so maybe it's from there. Okay. So fully kitted out with your buff, you're looking at 25% flat chance of refunding. Now you see the tooltip still says refunding all concentration, but we know that's changing. 32% resourcefulness. Inspiration's going away. And I presume on stuff that we can mass produce, we get some multi-craft out the back of it as well. It's 100 points that you're definitely going to spend. It's just, when do you prioritize spending them? You probably still do the same thing. You probably would still, let's say you want to make alloys, you would still spec in here, in here, in here first. 20, 50, 80 points. You'd still probably get your 80 points in there. And then you would continue to work on stacking your ever-burning forge, I would imagine. I don't think you're going to go this route first. Or you could go flat multi-craft first. Multi-craft first. Maybe resourcefulness second and ingenuity third. In sort of priority. Alright, well, that's kind of quite cool. At least it's definitely worth doing. That's the thing. These stats are big enough, they're juicy enough that it's definitely worth doing. Obviously, we have not played around with the profession tools and accessories yet, so these are definitely worth doing. Stacking this is definitely worth. And maybe I should point out that actually, without building into this in any way, shape, or form, you are just going to flat out have like nothing. Because the other spec trees were not naturally giving you any of that. All these spec trees give you nothing but flat skill. They're not giving you... There's no nodes anywhere around here that's giving you any other perks. There's no resourcefulness anywhere on any of this. Which is interesting. Because that also then means that the concept of... early days at least, the concept of doing shit on the cheap, the harvest resourcefulness procs, isn't going to be that lucrative for you if your resourcefulness stat is just dog do. Let's say you haven't got this buff, right? If you don't, until you've spec'd into Ever-Burning Forge, you just don't have resourcefulness. Which means you're making gear and your only payment is going to be the tip that comes your way. You won't be able to harvest resourcefulness procs anywhere near as much. Now, obviously, tools might have an impact on this, sure, baseline. But yeah. I'm glad the professions I enjoy are looking good. Well, jewel crafting is my favourite profession, and it always has been, and jewel crafting is looking pretty fine. I'm happy about that. Alchemy's looking very hot. Very hot. You're big on tailoring, aren't you, Zan? Tailoring is another one that I think is a bit undercooked right now, I believe. $15 bags is good enough. Yeah, those profession bags will be big sellers, I reckon. Okay, I don't have too much desire to push forward with blacksmithing as it stands right now then, because it's clearly all very placeholder and clearly very broken. The only point of pushing forward would be to, like, maybe see just how easy it is to guarantee max quality stuff. But I'm also not really convinced that that's worth doing much of. Since the data's a bit skewed because the rest of the profession's a bit busted anyway. What happens if I get a resourcefulness proc on one bismuth? Surely I just get it back, right? Get it for free. Also found out 3 of the recipes for profession tools are actually from side quests. Seems like that's going to be the case for more than just 3. And not only profession tools. That's cool. I like that. I like that. I guess they might have felt that they need to go away from giving you recipes via renown. Mostly because renown paths are account wide. So let's say you do the renown on one alchemist, or it doesn't matter. Once you've done the renown, you then can log on to every profession and buy all of the recipes. Maybe they thought that was a little bit too OP. Maybe this way, putting them behind quest chains means you at least have to somewhat work for them on each of the characters. Even if it's deterministic and you can just go do it, it still means you actually have to go do it on every character. Maybe that was their logic behind putting them behind quest chains. Side quests. I'm happy with that. I don't mind doing a quick quest chain to get a recipe here, there, and everywhere. Then the artisan security lets us buy some and then also gamble for some. Yeah, there's the gamble bag in there. Every gear profession is kind of undercooked. It seems that Blizzard can never decide how to balance gear that comes from crafting and drops. It ends up going in circles. We either have no good crafting gear or it's top notch. I think this is also maybe why some of the professions at this point are undercooked, because there's not really that much point them putting the effort into balancing all of the profession gear crafting professions, leatherworking, tailoring, blacksmithing. There's no point them doing that until they've balanced the rest of the game, and balance pass comes last. Because they clearly want the crafted gear to be close, right? I think they always have this desire for crafting gear to be close. They'd like it to be something that is good for filling a gap. If you have a gap in, a gap in your armor, they want it to be good enough so that you're happy to fill a gap with it. But they still would probably prefer that an actual raid drop or an end game piece of content would drop something that is technically better for you. And until they've balanced the rest of the actual game and where you get your gear from and how impactful it is and stuff, don't know then how to bring the profession stuff up to sort of that similar bar. What do you think will have the most demand, frameworks or alloys? Frameworks are gonna, well, they serve two purposes by the looks of things. Frameworks appear to be entirely for the benefit of other crafters. Gain ingenuity when crafting consumables, gain resourcefulness when crafting consumables and gaining multi-craft. These will be very in demand by crafters if the benefit they offer is worth the price. This does mean that there is a seemingly capped value that these can have. If that you got to remember that 15 multi-craft only actually equates to like 1.5%. It's a very small perk, which means you can't put much value on this, especially since we're likely to be hindered when crafting intermediates by our concentration bar, at least in somewhat. Meaning you'll probably use them because any benefit is a benefit, but they can't really be that expensive. And if they're not that expensive, then they're not going to be that profitable. Ingots, on the other hand, is a different story. Ingots is different because if you do not spec into being good at making ingots, where have they gone? Melting. If you do not spec into being good at making ingots, you flat out can't make them. You have no choice but to buy them. And more importantly, if you're crafting gear, let's say you're going down the armor smith route, you're not the one that's buying the materials anyway. It's any and everybody that's putting in a work order for the gear that you can craft that's buying the materials. But that still doesn't really bother you all that much. Ingots will be bought by anybody that's putting in an order for any armor or any weapon. So by that logic, I'd probably say that the ingots is the better path out of the two. For the love of God, don't lock recipes again to boss drops. It was a pain. Well, as long as they build in a failsafe, if this little gamba bag is a failsafe, if you choose to throw some of your artisan security at playing Gamba Gamba with random bags of loot in the hope of getting the recipes, I've not seen it firsthand yet, but you're going to be able to spend some of your artisan security. This is going to be a resource that is going to be used to buy a lot of vendor recipes that will pop up. You will also be able to buy a random bag that will have some goodies in it. And a chance at a rare recipe. So time will tell if those Gamba bags have all the recipes that are like on raid bosses, for example. That's a way to acquire them. And maybe, just maybe, it's a way to make sure we don't have an elemental lariat situation again. I'm quite sure Blizzard probably have looked at that and gone, you know what? Having something be super duper mega rare like this and best in slot for practically everybody maybe wasn't the best idea. Bag's only $4.99.99. 800% mythic value. Could you imagine? There we go. Zan's quoted it. A repeatable sink for artisan security is a bag that contains a random assortment of reagents and a small chance at a rare drop recipe. There we go.
Hello there.
Will we have to swap professions a couple of times to get maximum artisans security? I hope not. I hope not. I thought that was such a scumbag play in the first place, it was massively advantageous for those who are willing to do it. The irony of all ironies is that Artisan's Metal wasn't actually that much of an issue anyway. They said it will be capped weekly, so it doesn't make sense if that is the case. But didn't they say they were going to cap Artisan's Metal weekly? And then when we actually found out what they meant by cap was that, oh yeah, you have X amount of weekly quests that give you knowledge points, and by proxy, Artisan's Metal. It wasn't really actually a cap. A cap is a finite number that you cannot go past, in my opinion. And then Dragon Shards that gave you 50 apiece. Yeah, exactly. So there was that. It was a soft cap at best. But if they do hard cap Artisan Security to a weekly number, then that would get rid of that shenanigans, yeah. And then it would be a conscious decision how you spend it. I'm not usually the biggest fan of like hard caps on currencies. But if it's used for something like that, it might be a reasonable use for one. I hope they learned from their exploits and shenanigans, but we'll see closer to release. Yeah. I'm still waiting for all of these cooldown charge things to be completely busted. Not easy to test on beta, but I'm waiting for that to be a thing. Do we think we need to do much more with blacksmithing though? I think we can probably put blacksmithing to bed, to be honest. I maybe want to try and get 50 skill points just to try a second tree very quickly. That's maybe all I do want to do before we move on to something else. What was this buff? Strength of the Black Ox. Oh, nothing to do with me. I test something, please. That's literally all I'm doing. That's literally all I'm doing. I'm guessing you have a request. Fire away. Please add such a satchel for dragonflight recipes as well. At least I can use my thousands of metal useful in the end. It would be nice actually. Sneak one in at the pre-patch or something. Are we saved? Are we saved? Are we saved? Somehow, I managed to press the stop stream button in OBS. Don't know how I managed that. Is YouTube still alive? Team YouTube, are we good? What did I do? What did I do? Is there a keybind in OBS? The stop streaming button. Whatever I did, I accidentally somehow managed to press the stop streaming button. And I don't think I pressed anything. I don't know what I did. Setting. Hotkeys. I don't have hotkeys set for start or stop stream. How the fucking hell did I manage to do that? Okay, well, we're good. I don't know how I managed that. Stream timer restarted as well. Yeah, I mean, it will. I literally somehow pressed stop streaming my end. I don't know what I did. Genuinely don't know what I did. Oh, now it's done an absolute madness on my viewer numbers. How's it managed that? What's going on here? We didn't have 160 odd viewers a minute ago. Or did we? Did we really? I don't know. Welcome in, boys and girls. Welcome in. Oh, where's the recipe thing?
Greetings, traveler.
Definitely gives you a lot of shit to learn via the trainer this time around, though. Holy smokeroonies. Compared to some of the other professions. Oh, it's all the basic bitch leveling stuff. That's what it is, okay. Basic profession stuff. Trainer's giving you everything, even the unlocked ones. Well, it's not giving you any of the actual endgame things that you unlock via the spec trees. Or any of the weapons. Not giving you strictly everything. It's giving you a fair amount. I want to get to skill 50. What do I need for these? Iron Claw alloys. What do I need for these? I need Iron Claw alloys to get Iron Claw alloys. Oh, that's an interesting one. Why does it keep closing my smelting one? Will you stop doing that? Stop. Stop closing my smelting window.
We shall meet again.
What's going on here?
The winds guide you.
Okay, we're better. We're back. Okay, so I can't make those without Iron Claw alloys in the first place. That's hella busted. A new day, new beta. Does this technically count as Monday's stream now? Does that mean I can take a day off tomorrow? Is that how that works? Flipping out. Give me some of these Iron Claw alloys then. Who's going to sell me some Iron Claw alloys? Anybody, 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 anybody? Nope. Rock stuff. Aha! Bingo. Technically, I only need one. I need one to make another one. Technically, I only ever need one. Let's go with that. Oh, I need a charged alloy. We can make one of those. Oh, no, we need a char... Okay, we can make a charged alloy. Beta season, no off days. Exactly. Make one Iron Claw alloy by taking one Iron Claw alloy, smushing it with a charged alloy. And then we keep repeating the process. We only ever need one Iron Claw alloy. Clever, right? We inspired, meaning we turned our Iron Claw, our one and only Iron Claw alloy, into a bigger, better one. We just need a multi-craft proc, that's all. Then we start multiplying our Iron Claw alloys. There we go. There's our multi-craft. You'll never need to buy Iron Claw alloys ever again. This is broken, by the way. This is what we call a bug. Or maybe the Iron Claw alloy is meant to work a little bit more like a catalyst. Sat on the floor cleaning shelves and bookcases and chests of drawers in preparation for moving next weekend. Moving is what, like, packing up one house to move to a new house is one of the worst things. I don't envy you. Have fun with that. Unpacking the other end is far more satisfying. Still not what I'd consider enjoyable, but significantly satisfying. Any interesting changes so far in professions? Loads. Absolutely loads. Loads. I don't know how to... I wouldn't know where to start with that. Okay, this one doesn't... This one is... Is this taking my materials and not making anything? No, this one's just straight up not making. Forged frameworks aren't even possible to produce right now. Oh, this profession is so broken. How the flipping hell am I meant to get to? Give me some more core alloys then. Need one skill point. How many days are left for the beta? Not sure. We don't have a release date expansion yet. There are many suggestions that it's going to be the end of August, early September for the expansion launch. So plenty of time. Plenty of time. Right, this is green. This can give me one skill point. There we go. Beautiful. All I wanted to do is pick another spec. Let's go armor smithing, for example. Let's say we... Hang on. You got to put 15 points in it before you can even learn something else. Oh, you learn one for free anyway. Put 15 points in to learn a second one. Okay. At this point, you have not actually even learned anything yet. You got to put how many points in here? You got to put 10 points in here before you even can pick something over here. So let's say we want the Everforged breastplate. There's that Everforged breastplate. Off the bat, ignoring materials that go into it, off the bat you're making quality 2. This isn't really strictly all that fair, is it? Because that stat's not going to matter. Off the bat you're making Q2. We're then going to dump. You're also able to throw missives. That's interesting. A missive at quality 3 adds 0 difficulty. 15, 30, and 0. I mean, not that missives at skill 1 or 2 had much of a market anyway, but quality 3 missives only, please. It's not going to add any difficulty. 5 or 10 recipe difficulty based on whether you want Enchanted Ruined Harbinger's Crest or an Enchanted Gilded Harbinger's Chest. Normal mode, Heroic, Mythic. It's going to add only plus 10 difficulty. That doesn't seem like a lot. 25, 15, and then only 5. But realistically, at the moment, fully embellished 5 difficulty. Mythic is 10. You're only adding 15 difficulty by fully stacking it. That's really not a lot at all. I think blacksmithing is broken. Inscription is missing full recipes. It asks you to make Dark Moon cards for the decks, but you can't. Lol. First profession that you're going to focus at the start? Well, I'm a jewel crafter and a leatherworker on my main character. Those professions haven't changed forever and probably won't ever change. But they'll be my two. When retail goes live, when retail actually goes live, they'll be the two that I'll be playing with the most. That doesn't strictly mean they're the best though. So far, the best profession by far is alchemy. Alchemy is just wonderful. I will have some sort of first look style content out on YouTube soon, TM. I'm not rushing it because I want to have a little bit of a look through all of them first. So then I can sort of say, right, okay, well, this is good relative to this sort of thing. I want to have a little bit of a look at them all first. And then early next week, I suspect we'll start with the first look videos. I'm not, like I said, I'm not rushing them. We've got plenty of time. $90 skill, 50 of it is going to have come from here. Where are we getting the other 40 from? The other 40 presumably has come from points in here. +1 skill per point. We've spent 10 points, so that's +10, +15. 20 +25 plus the points in here. There's your 40 bonus. Okay, every point is going to add on to that, so we would need, what's the break points on these? It's never going to be more than 315, even fully geared. It's 25 potential points in here. 30, 35, 45, 60. You fully go to town in this direction. It's 5 sub-spec plus 10. If you're going in one direction, you're going ham in one direction to become the best person that can make breastplates on your realm. You land at 235. That's obviously me. We're 50 short because of points up here. So that's 285 before you take into consideration your profession tools. So yeah, it's entirely feasible to be able to craft things at max quality. I should also point out that this number is probably a little bit busted. This number's definitely going to change, simply because that's not taking into consideration materials, which can offer up to 40% of their value. So when they put the reagents in here, if you use quality 3 reagents, that will provide you 40% of the base skill by using just quality 3 reagents in the first place. You only need to actually cover 60% of the recipe difficulty with your own expertise. So I reckon these are probably going to go up to recipe difficulty of like 400, probably. 400, 415 fully geared. That will mean that you'll need a full 100 points from here. You'll need full tier 3 materials. You'll need full tools up there. And at that point, even when fully loaded, you should be able to cross the finish line without using concentration. Which apparently is their goal. I don't agree with that, to be honest, but apparently that's their goal. It's just hard to test right now because you can't simulate it properly. That is, of course, on just a basic one. An embellished one might have a little bit more. One of these, for example. Although that said, you're not then... You're going to... It's embellished from the word go, then that saves... That's why it's 325 flat. We can use the frameworks. Frameworks are not adding any complexity. Well, that's also broken, isn't it? Quality 3 gives you 19 ingenuity, whilst quality 2 gives you 25. Whoops. Forged framework. Whoops. 22, 30. Assorted choking hazards. Massively increasing multicraft. I don't think you should have multicraft in any way, shape, or form on a piece of gear. Yeah, so much placeholder. I mean, imagine you do, though. Imagine you do. Imagine you do. Frameworks say consumables only. Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah, so very placeholder. Increase skill by 5 for this craft. Increase skill by 10 for this craft. Increase skill by 20. Artisans Consortium seal of approval. Skill by 40. Do scribes make these, by the way? These feel like something scribes will make. Like straight up stat buffs. Or there'll be something you buy from a vendor with your artisan security. That could be what these end up being. Simulating what artisan's metal did, just in a slightly different form. That was often the weird thing with artisan's metal. You'd get plus 30 skill, and sometimes you'd have to use a plus 30 skill item, even though you were like 4 skill away. And it was like, well, I've practically wasted 26 skill here, haven't I? So maybe giving you a plus 5, a plus 10, a plus 20, and a plus 40 allows you to throw a bit of a bonus at it incrementally so that you don't feel like you're wasting much. Yeah, the concentration button doesn't even work. Look. 0 concentration to reach max level. So broken. Okay, well, let's not spend too much time with blacksmithing then if it's hella broken. Right, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. And then we're going into... We're going to pick another profession. Ones that we still got left. I'll give you guys a choice. Right, poll is up, boys and girls. Choose the next profession you want to have a little look at. I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. And then we'll be back. Go fight each other. Go have a bit of a war. Alrighty. How we doing? Wow, okay. It seems like there's a big attraction for engineering and enchanting. Who's gonna win? Somebody splashing some beans, are they? Significantly more there's significantly more votes here than there are people in chat. So I sense there's some corruption going on. Some shenanigans. Who's winning the fight? Haley swinging her sword again. Lord have mercy. Best democracy you can buy for coffee beans, you bet. Hang on, boys and girls. Who spent 81,000 channel points, by the way, to make engineering win? You absolute monster. Back in 2. Okay, right. So, totally not rigged at all. Totally not rigged at all. We're going to go do some engineering. How many votes were there in total? Does Twitch tell me how many votes there were in total? There was somewhere in the region of 250 votes. Now, to my calculation, there's only about 100 people, at least on Twitch, watching. So, shenanigans at play. Alright. Well. Democracy has spoken. We're going to go do engineering. Create new character. Standard character. Hunter. Goblin. Body 1. Go. Manthe. NG. Yes. Oh, what? Why is he not in the warband? Loser. I think I'm gonna delete that one. Because right. Okay. Not a Pandarian, what a shock. Hey, that was only for Miss Pandaria for a remix. Let's get a quick UI sorted. Edit mode, one of you. What else am I missing? Probably that's it, isn't it, really? I don't much. Oh, I turned off all of these help icons. Right. Engineering then. Engineering. Rain. Go. You're not copying over your tunes. Nah. I don't think you can on this realm anyway. In however long the beta has been out, I have literally not left Orgrimmar. So yeah, not leaving Orgrimmar. I don't need to copy characters yet. Scour through scrap in search of usable parts and forgotten prototypes. Roger. Pile of rusted scrap. Bind on pickup. You have insufficient reagents. Can you not do shit until you've... you can't even start your profession until you've gone out and found some scrap? Okay, that's an interesting twist. That's I've not found how to get scrap a lot. The you're gonna have to pick engineering, and then go and go out and play the game. Actually play the game. Oh my lord! Actually play the game. Scrap being bind on pickup as well. Fun times. Okay, let me buy some, please. Pile of rusted scrap. Let's say we've actually played the game then. Let's say.
What brings you here?
We need a pentagon prism. We need some spec points. Bottomless bag of engineering goods. Contains nearly everything to craft anything, assuming you're an engineer. I like to simulate actually playing it, so I don't use those bags. Right, so now we can do some scrap business. So we've gone out, we've played the game. Now we press some buttons. What do we need to get to? We need to get 10 to press more buttons. We dig through some scrap. We get a sprung whirligig. Nice. A whimsical wiring. Nice. Does it not teach us how to make a whimsical wiring? Boom. Gyrating gear. We also got a prototype potion bomb of power. Double win. A potion bomb that splashes up to 5 allies caught, blah 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 blah. These actually sound as if they could be quite fun. Is that, in theory, the only way you get these as well? Where are the other ones? Inventing, prototyping, notes. Inventing, prototyping, notes. Inventing, prototyping, notes. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's not the recipe. That just gave me a bomb, a prototype version of it. Whoa, whoa, hang on. How does the prototype version differ from the actual thing? Potion bomb of... Which one did I get? Potion bomb of power. Oh my god, piles of rusted scraps go into these... That's a reagent? Bind on pickup reagents into these bomb businesses? Ew. Ew. Prototype is the engineer-only version, okay. Interesting. Okay. Bit of a pipe bomb business, yeah, for sure. Imagine playing the game. Crazy, right? You have to specialize in something to destroy the prototypes to get pages of discovery. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm sure we'll get to that in a minute. We can do some more scrap business. We should probably scour through scrap as much as we can since it gives us skill points. E.g., go play the game, you absolute scumbag. Handful of bismuth bolts. Handy, handy. 7. Whimsical wiring. Safety switch. We're getting all the basic parts. Then, boom. We stopped gaining skill points by doing scrap business. Alright, this seems to be somewhat relatively well implemented, meaning I'm more happy about actually taking notes properly on this. Where did I get to yesterday? Oh, this was alchemy. Me a new one. Beta engineering. I have a separate document where I'm making more widely broad notes. But this is just quick and dirty notes while we go through it. Engineering. Based on a discovery system. Skill 1 through till 10. Scour through crap. Continue notes. I like a quick and dirty. Hey, sometimes it gets the job done, you know. Okay. Bismuth fueled samoflange. Fashion tool? Engineering tool. So we get to make our own engineering tool very quickly and easily. Okay. Need some bismuth bolts. We need gyrating gears. We need whimsical wirings. What a horrific word, flange. I agree. It goes in the same column as, like, moist. In fact, I think it's worse than moist. Safety switch, gyrating gears, whimsical wirings. Basic. Doesn't look like they've had their materials balanced yet, because it's often that one... Didn't they do it in Dragonflight, where one of these things went into the other one, that went into the other one, that went into the other one, sort of thing? Meaning, these are probably not balanced yet. These are just left simple for the ease of testing initially. But the concept is that bolts you create en masse, bolts then go into other stuff. What is there like... Okay, there is still stuff that bolts go into on the regular, so maybe they're not too... We need some bismuth then, don't we? We need a lot of it. Where are we trying to get to now? We're simply just trying to get to 25 now. The worst word in English is turgid. I straight up don't know what that means. You need a flange to fit a shaft. Machine chassis in Dragonflight are a pain in the ass to craft. Yeah, one thing going into another, going into another, going into another. What does turgid even mean? I'm being schooled on my own language. Turgid. Swollen and distended or congested. Yeah. Tediously pompous or bombastic. I love how they've described one word by using 3 equally odd words. So they've... Good old Google here, right? Good old Google. Turgid. If you don't know what turgid means... Oh, tediously, pompous, and bombastic. Oh, well, can I have a definition on all of those then as well, please? Sure. Okay. Swollen and distended or congested. Little bit icky. It's just an ugly word. Agreed. Agreed. Mr. Bombastic. Now I want to listen to that song. Queue. In the queue. Alright. Probably just make a bunch of this shit. Whimsical wirings, gyrating gears, safety switches. Let's make a bunch of bolts. One to 3. 3, 2, 3. Gyrating gears. Whimsical wirings. What was this? Oh, that was just a grey item. What was this? Chaos circuit. Crafting reagent. Chaos circuit. Well, I guess we find that out in a minute. Make our own tool to begin with. Why not? Why not? What did we get? We got one with... we procced one with crafting speed. Alright, well actually, for the purpose of testing, that's probably not a terrible thing, is it? For the purpose of testing, I probably prefer crafting speed, actually thinking about it. Yep. We'll take that. Craft whatever the Christ you need to get to 25, presumably meaning we actually need to make a few of these. If I see it in a book, I shout turgid at my husband just to share the misery. You're going down together. Paradox really does like their DLC. I took a peek at Stellaris DLC, €400. Oh my god. A bombastic. Yeah, Paradox does love their DLC, there's no denying. Whimsical wirings, let's make a bunch of these. Gyrating gears, make a bunch of these. This feels very engineery to me. Doesn't feel any different to the norm. You always kind of expect to make a lot of intermediates to get anywhere with engineering. Practically a copy paste thing here, but it's fine. These piles of rusted scrap business being bind on pickup is not sure how I feel about that. I'm never a fan of bind on pickup stuff. Truth be told, it kind of instantly for me pushes a profession into the realms of it has to be on a main, which I think engineering already struggles with, because people have this kind of love-hate relationship with engineering, is that they understand that they want it on their main for its utility, but at the same time, from a goal-making perspective, they'd often rather have something else on their main as their main, which kind of creates that conflict. I need to make at least 2 more of these. More whimsical wirings. There's a crap load of talents that increases the yield of those things. Eventually, but this obviously is the path you're going to take to begin with. This is what I like to do with the professions. I like to simulate just how they might feel when the game goes live. I know I can just like power zerg them on the beta to test the end game stuff, but I want to see how it's going to feel to get there. But it's good that they've at least addressed the fact that if you're making a bunch of these, that there's a way to make them more efficiently later as well. There's now a subscription to Stellaris that lets you have everything for €10. That must be a new thing. Don't be happy making some money when you could make all the money. Surely Bobby taught us that. Boom. 25. Then at 25, we learn a bunch of stuff. A gun! Auto aimer. I like the name of that, that's funny. We get our gun and we get our goggles, and then that's it. We are on our own. You are on your own from skill 25. How would you feel about the idea that every player could pick up all the professions but could only master 2 of them? Ashes of Creation are aiming for this. It's an interesting approach. Yeah, I'm more for that design personally. I don't know how it's a significant enough of a change that it would balance the entire dynamic of how professions work, because you got to remember, if you can do everything on one player, there will be players that will do everything on one, and then you need there to be 2. You practically have to design 2 distinct professions. You have to design the one that everybody's going to have, and you have to design the master version. So it actually, in essence, doubles the amount of effort that would be needed. I don't think it really, in World of Warcraft at least, is necessary for the primary professions. I still think that having just choosing 2 is fine. Yet where I do agree it would be nice to have all of them is gathering. I think gathering should be made I've been advocating for gathering to be baseline for years now. That you should be able to walk past a herb and pick it up. You should be able to walk past a or node and tap it for its mine. Everybody should be able to kill a beast and then skin it. Everybody should be able to pick up cloth. I think the basic gathering should be readily available to everybody. Same again, if you choose to specialize in herbalism or you choose to specialize in mining, there should be some advantages to that. I think at that point it makes sense. Having you be able to do everything on one character though might just be too much. Mining, skinning, herbing should be like fishing. Yeah, gathering should just be. It could almost, in theory, gathering could be a profession, right? It could be gathering could just be a secondary profession. You could still choose to specialize in herbalism, specialism in mining, but there should be this fundamental gathering where you can pick stuff up, right? You could even have it such as that you are a simple emphasis on this is that your gathering profession, you can pick up herbs, you can pick up ore, you can skin things, yet you are never going to be, you know, it's very passive. You might get quality 1, quality 2, but you're never going to be, without specializing into it, you can't get quality 3 materials, for example, say. That's just a real simple way of sort of differentiating the two, right? There could be a lot more nuance to it than that. They can be more creative with it, but gathering as baseline has been something I've thought would be useful for a long time. There's always the counter argument to that. Well, that if everybody can do it, nothing will be worth anything. Why would you bother? Which is partially true. But cooking has gone a long way to prove that just because you can doesn't mean people do. Everybody can cook, but look how many people still choose to buy their food off the auction house and not cook it themselves. Daisy pickers and then the official herbalists. Something like that, yeah. Daisy picker is better than a daisy pusher. How many people choose to get a takeaway instead of cooking at home? Same stats, I bet. Depending on your cooking skill, sometimes, I mean, there are certain things I am quite confident I can cook better than my local takeaway. But it still doesn't mean I will indulge in the odd takeout pizza, you know? Right. So at 25, we're like, off you go. We're capped on what we get here, and we are left to figure shit out. We unlock our spectries at the same time as doing such. We get our gun. It was noted the other day that there's no crafted bow anywhere. I think, and I can't remember who used to make the crafted bow. Was it leatherworkers? Scribes? Can't remember. Somebody used to make a bow, but now there isn't, meaning that they might be prioritizing the auto-aimer as the crafted hunter weapon, which is fine. We get the recipe for this, yet it starts needing these chaos circuits and safeties. We can make the safety switch. We cannot make a chaos circuit yet, presumably meaning we need to do a little bit more scouring through scrap to find some more stuff. Does this indicate... Although this doesn't indicate this is a discovery system, the text on this could be better emphasize the fact that this is actually a discovery system, similar to the other ones, and even tell you if there are still things you can find or not. Whatever. Okay. Let's take a quick look at the spec trees before we go too much further then. The 3 spec trees to play with. Engineered equipment. Gain significant skill bonuses when crafting equipment of all types. Unlock new combat and profession equipment recipes. Learn how to enhance your equipment crafts with embellishments, missives, and cogwheels. Full tree looks as such. Engineered equipment. Skill when crafting equipment. Resourcefulness when crafting equipment. More skill, more resourcefulness, more skill. More resourcefulness. Learn how to craft the aqualite-fueled Samouflage. An impressive tools for engineers like you. Okay. So we are going to have to, if we want to make our own upgraded tool, we can go on a journey to do that. Requires 40 points to learn it ourselves. We then can split in 2 directions. Calibrated Chaos. Gain 3 skill when crafting guns and bracers. Gain 3 skill when crafting goggles and profession equipment. Okay. So let's say we go down the road of... I mean, doing this has got us our engineering tool. Let's say we go even further with the profession tool stuff. Plus 3 skill when crafting goggles and profession equipment. Sub-spec, resourcefulness, sub-spec, skill. Okay, nothing particularly interesting on that node, other than presumably it leads us to these. Spec into goggles. You may now discover engineering goggle recipes from comprehensively organized ideas. I don't know what those are yet. Visit your local engineering trainer to learn the schematics for goggles or your armor type. Didn't we just learn those? Didn't we just learn the goggles? Is there more goggles we can learn? No, we've already learned the goggles. Maybe it's... Okay, sure. You may now discover recipes for comprehensively organized ideas. Okay, maybe then those goggles are not actually meant to be on the trainer. For the purpose of testing. Maybe because this node just doesn't work, right? Maybe for the purpose of testing they've put them on the trainer to learn. Whereas under normal circumstances we'd have to spec into and then somehow buy them at a later date, maybe. But is that... Didn't it say there was more we could find? Or is this maybe do we reckon placeholder? Visit your local engineering trainer to learn the schematic for goggles for your armor... Oh, for your armor type. Cloth, plate, leather, mail. Oh, maybe that's it then. We'll get to learn the one that is for us, but we'll have to discover the other ones, I suspect. Unless there's more goggles somewhere in here that I've missed. Embellishments, cogwheels, gearing, bracers. Oh, head. That's goggles, isn't it? They're just not called goggles. Azongar engineering, specialization in goggles and wear. Okay. So yeah, the epic versions we can... You can learn them, but only once you've spec'd into them. Okay. Gun. Helm. Okay. So it's these epic variations that we'll get. But you have to spec down this route to get them. Sure, that sort of makes sense. A skill when crafting them. You can then use cogwheels in them. Increase resourcefulness. Put safety components in them. Reduces the concentration requirement by 5% when crafting goggles. Cool. You may now apply enchanted crests to increase the power of your crafted goggles. Wow, okay. You're going to have to actually spec all the way to the end of it before you can even make, like, the ones that people are clearly going to want, right? If people are going to want goggles and they're going to want them upgraded to heroic or mythic level, you're going to need 30 points in there before you can do that. Okay, so you're going to have to, like, fully spec into goggles before you can even make the best ones. This is the thing that's interesting to me. There's nodes here, right? Reduces the cost of concentration by 5% when crafting goggles. Blizzard have already come out and said that they plan on making it so that you are not going to need concentration by the time you're fully spec'd into something anyway. So that's kind of like putting this at the end. Maybe slap this 5% a little bit closer to the front, you know? A little bit more where it might actually have time to be useful. Alright, fine. Where else could we choose to go? The alternative is we go the profession gear route. You can now learn advanced profession equipment recipes from studying the scribbled notes. Skill. Use missives on them. Resourcefulness. Wait, hang on. Whenever you craft profession equipment for other profession, you may impulsively remove a few of the unnecessary parts in the form of scrap. None will be the wiser. Okay. Is that a clever way of suggesting that you might get this bind on pickup scrap thing? Where's it gone? You might get piles of rusted scrap when making profession tools for others. Okay, so maybe you can once again stand in the capital city and fill work orders for profession gear and get some rusted scrap. A way of you actually getting some of this without leaving the city, since it's being bind on pickup and is presumably just going to drop from mobs when you're out questing. If you don't leave the capital city because you're trying to fill work orders, you're not going to get any of it. So maybe this leads to, drip feeding you some. Okay. Reduces concentration by 5% and then bonus skill again. Alright, that's pretty much same old, same old. Calibrated chaos direction. Resourcefulness when crafting guns and braces. Is this going to be copy-paste but just for guns and braces? Guns, braces, yeah. Going to be the same thing as the other side but just with different things. Subspec, resourcefulness, subspec, skill. How to an impressive gun that can be embellished once further specialized. Skill when crafting guns, put missives on them, bit of resourcefulness, embellishments on them, concentration reduction, and enchanted crests. Braces, skill, cogwheels on them, resourcefulness. You now may apply safety components when crafting braces to enhance their tinker functionality. Reduces the cost of concentration. And enchanted crests. Okay, so you're going to have to... Short term, you'll probably pick one. You'll focus on one so that you can make it to the best of your ability and then diversify a little bit. 40 points, 60 points... 90 points to fully spec in one direction, and there's 4 directions you can potentially go. Cool, sure, no problem. Does this mean that the profession tools seem to be the only one there, the profession gear, sorry, that seem to give you a bit of a path to make some of these scrap? Does that mean that the profession tools maybe take some to make in the first place? They do. They do. Yeah, this is the catch. I don't know how this is going to work with work orders, because usually the concept with work orders has been that if there's a soul-bound material, the person placing the order has to supply the soul-bound material. In this case, they physically can't, because this is going to be entirely at the mercy of engineers to provide. I mean, yeah, sure, this is the engineering one, but look, your fishing pole, right? Fishing tool, pile of scrap. The other engineering tool, miner's headgear, piles of scrap. So it's, when work orders come in for these, you as an engineer are going to have to provide your bind-on pickup piles of scrap to produce them. This is very quickly going to determine the value, the tip, the commission, the paycheck is going to have to be good enough. Because it's going to cost you something. It's going to cost you your piles of scrap as an engineer to make these for others. So, yeah. Engineers' mileage may vary. Engineers are going to get to charge for their piles of scrap when making these tools. This means who's going to be affected by this? Tailors are going to have to pay a pretty penny for one of their items. Miners, jewel crafters, mining again. Engineers themselves, fishing thing, and engineering. Okay, so a few professions are going to need to be aware that engineers are going to be charging a pretty penny for their tools because it's using their own piles of scrap. Interesting. I'm looking for the new Obsidian Cobra skin. So is everybody. There is something. What's it called? Hang on. It's in my notes. I've already found it. It's in my notes. What's it called? Superb Beast Fang. Superb Beast Fang is your new Cobra skin. This thing. Your task, should you choose to accept it, is to go find it. Go find it. A mighty fang obtained from a particularly powerful elusive creature on Kazamgar by skinners. Go find it. Let me know when you've found it. How long will it take us to get 75 scrap for one? I don't know. Presumably these piles of scrap are going to come from just, you know, random drops. I don't know. Will engineers be able to farm for them? Probably. Don't know. This is something we're not going to know. Probably until the game goes live, or we can get some pretty extensive testing with professions in the Outer Worlds. Alright, so engineered equipment tree looks pretty cool. 4 distinct directions you can go. If there isn't a crafted bow out there anywhere, it means the gun might be in high demand by every single hunter you've ever seen before ever. At least potentially short term. While it may not necessarily sit on their BIS list, it will be a nice crafted 2-handed bow is always a bonus until you find something better. Bracers are bracers, profession gear is a cool direction, and goggles. What's devices then? Specialize in the complexities of your own devices to use them with minimal risk to your own well-being and maximum risk to the well-being of your foes. Become increasingly confident in handling your own devices to reduce their chance of catastrophic outcomes. Master the undisclosed technique to retain explosives despite their obvious explosions. Improve your ability to efficiently craft the tinkers, explosives, and other devices. Okay. Oh, 3 nodes. All right, this is going to be a quick one. This will be. Have I checked blacksmithing? Yeah, we spent an hour or so on blacksmithing earlier. It's very early days for blacksmithing. Conceptually, nothing's really changed with blacksmithing. It's same old, same old. You spec into making weapons, you spec into making armor, or you spec into making, like, ingots. 3 distinct paths you might choose. The only real thing that they've added is a little bit of a buff system to boost your secondary stats. Your ingenuity, your multi-craft, your resourcefulness as a 4th tree. That's really all they've done with blacksmithing. But it's super pre-alpha stages. It's all buggy and busted and nothing works in it yet, so. So devices, we have specialize in the creation of devices of all sorts. Gain skill when you're making gadgets, gizmos, devices, and other miscellaneous creations per point in this spec. You now often recover scrap when using your devices. Okay, well that's one way we get some scrap then. Gadgets, gizmos, devices. Do they categorize them as gadgets, gizmos, and devices? No. There's devices. There's no gadgets. There's no gizmos. This is where they fell flat on their face in Dragonflight, and this is what a lot of people complained about. People wanted to know what the nodes were going to affect. And this is what why I think the tooltips for these shouldn't be themed, right? They shouldn't be trying to tell a story. They shouldn't be trying to, you know, they should be descriptive is probably what I'm trying to get at here. They should be to the point and they should be descriptive of exactly what they do. You can have this window, you know, the specialization highlights. This is where you can paint a pretty picture of what this is going to do. The tooltips in here, though, need to be precise, descriptive. Gadgets, gizmos, devices, and other miscellaneous creations. Well, what the fuck is that then? If I put a point in this, is it going to make my braces better? I don't know. And when there's guesswork involved, people are going to get it wrong. So they got to be careful that they are not too generic with their tooltips. Not too vague. That's the word I'm looking for. Details. We need details. Explosives and tinkers. All right. Is there anything in this? You often recover. Can I? Subspec, resourcefulness to gadgets, gizmos, devices, and other miscellaneous crafts. Yeah, see, it's all the same thing again here. They've taken that same thing, gadgets, gizmos, devices, and other miscellaneous. I don't know what they what would they do? You can make an educated guess, but you don't want to be making educated guesses when there's no undo button with spec trees. Right, explosives. Specialize in the creation of explosives. Gain +1 skill to explosives per point in this specialization. So, like, there should then be a category that is explosives. So you can come along and go, right, explosives, boom. That applies to these things, right? Is it in the explosives category? Yes. Well, then this tree is going to give skill to those things in that category. Is kind of how it should work. Using the explosives has a chance to grant scrap. Gain 8 skill when crafting. Gain 10 multi-craft when crafting. Using a suspicious technique, you have a chance to not consume a potion bomb when throwing them. A suspicious technique. What, like a little backhand? A little alley-oop. Okay. Multi-craft when crafting explosives. Skill. Learn how to craft boxo booms, which allows you to create a box full of random explosives once a day. Explosives is one of those things, right? If you use the bombs, you use the bombs. These potion bombs do seem interesting, though. I do think this might attract more people this time around. Specialize in the creation of tinkers, gaining skill to tinkers per point in this spec. Is that descript enough? Is there a category that just straight up says tinkers? Tinkers, boom, there we go. And there's 2. Is that it? There's 2, 3, oh, Tinker's Essentials. Specialize in the creation of tinkers. Gain +1 skill to tinkers per point in this spec. Using tinkers has a chance to grant scrap. You now think twice before using your tinkers, increasing their success chance by 3%. Wow, I really want to spend 10 points to get a 3% better success chance. You now have a chance of your tinkers... hang on. You now glance at your tinker control panel instead of pressing random buttons, increasing their success chance by 5%. You can have this like arty-farty fluff text as long as there is also the text that tells you exactly what it does, right? This is a good example of what they can do. You glance at your tinker's control panel instead of pressing random buttons wildly. That's like the Dungeons and Dragons approach to doing things, right? You can give this kind of fluff talk, but as long as it comes with increasing your success chance by 5%. As long as it gives you the details as well, it's fine. You now listen for the whirring of tinker cooling units instead of melting their circuits, increasing their success chance by 7%. Your level of caution is now equivalent to the benefits provided by the recalibrated safety switch component. No longer need to depend on it for optimal success chance. I ain't got no clue what that means at this point. Anybody know if the skip this profession stuff vendors are on the leveling realms? I don't think so, no. Leveling realms are for leveling. Max level realm is for max level and profession stuff. I don't think the same vendors are there. I've not tested though, they might be. You can go and have a look. They're just usually not. Okay. Well, that devices seems pretty meh. I can't really see much desire to go that route. How many points were here? 40, 80, 30, 60, 90, 120. 200 points here. 200, 40, 70, 100. What did I say over here? What did I say here? 200, 300. Inventing's either got to be a big... Inventing's got to be a big tree. Or engineering has, like, no points. Wow, engineering has, like, no points again. 40, 80, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180. 200, 300, less than 500 points for the entire engineering tree? Damn. And these are supposedly nearly finished. So we've got engineering once again with like tiny amount of knowledge points, and blacksmithing that now has even more than ever. Okay. Right, let's take a look at inventing then. What does inventing claim to do? Specialize in the science of destructive construction to improve your ability to invent new gadgets, your technique with engineering generally. Gain significant improvements to skill towards all engineering crafts. Become scrappy with your scrap for efficiency gains. Elevate your ability to invent new gadgets and learn from your mistakes. Inventing. Expand your innovative mind by elevating the science of inventing to new heights. Gain +1 skill towards all engineering crafts. Okay. Nodes like this become mandatory nodes very quickly. Such as, even if you do plan to, let's say, go the profession gear route. You plan to go the profession gear route, you gotta go this way. You categorically also need to put full points into here, because this plus skill towards all engineering crafts is about as powerful as you can get from a single knowledge point. It's going to mean that anything you do is just better. You now have a third schematic choice whenever you consider your carefully organized ideas. What do you mean a third schematic choice when you consider your carefully organized ideas? The hell is my... What are my carefully organized ideas? What am I missing here? What are you talking about, game? Okay. Sure, that'll make sense in a minute. Oh, there's our chaos circuit. I knew that was coming soon. Enhancer, this is another part. Oh, something that uses null stones potentially. We'll force Mythic Plus players to put some points into the engineering tree since they're going to want to have the combat res. Ah, okay. Looks like we'll be spending more gold on it than making it. I've not dived deep enough into engineering yet. All I do know is they make the mount, right? Where is it? Where is it? Or did I make that up? Maybe I made that up. Oh, the Crowd Pummeler 230. This is the new mount. Ignore these materials because these are wrong. The fact that it's 1111111 tells you that it's all wrong. But yeah, they make a mount. That's money. That's money there straight away. Regardless to what the rest of the profession does, that's money. These bombs appear as if they might have some value to them. Especially since they seem to take a bind-on pickup resource from the engineer to craft them as well. Loads of profession tool stuff. Same stuff, really. I'll happily spend 40 points on a node if it means I never have to look at a bombs tree ever again. Yeah. I feel you. I feel you. The BFA Jane amount is cooler. I'm hyped for potion bombs and a battle res that is actually useful and or sellable. No, I think this is quite a cool mount. I know one thing categorically. It doesn't actually need to be cool. It doesn't need to be cool to be a good seller. It doesn't... I mean, it is... I think it is cool. But it doesn't need to be cool to sell. By proxy of being able to put it on the auction house, it'll make bank. Blizzard out here trying to fix professions whilst actively making them worse with how much resources you need to waste just to learn basic patterns. Well, this is the difference, right? Most people ultimately have the goal of making gold with their professions, but there's also a good percentage of players out there that just like the thematics of playing with their professions. And the making gold for them is the bonus. I would suggest, if you have the ability to, take a bit of a deeper look at alchemy. Alchemy looks like a very, very, very well put together profession. Does it say where you get the recipe for it? Probably not at this point. Inventing, prototyping, and notes. Probably RN Jesus. RN Jesus. Professions are better nowadays. Just because you can't dump 2 million in mats and have full skill doesn't mean it's bad design. Oh, I was asked this question earlier on stream today, which like expansion do I think has the best profession system? And categorically, it's Dragonflight. There's no denying for me, Dragonflight profession revamp is the best it's ever been. That doesn't mean that there aren't faults with it though. There are some pretty significant faults with it. But for a lot of Dragonflight kept me away from actually doing it all that much. That doesn't mean the core systems, the core overhaul of the professions is bad. It just means that they really definitely need to just address some of the issues, which they look to be doing for the War Within. Then it could be really cool. If you have to guess which profession is going to be a moneymaker, at the beginning of the expansion, at the beginning of the War Within, you have to do something seriously wrong to not make gold with your professions. Any and every profession you'll be able to make gold with. The point is that you will need to just keep on top of them. You will need to focus on it. You'll need to progress with it. You'll need to work with it. And the more you work with it, the greater chance there is of you extracting some coin for your time. If you are not looking for something to put time and effort in, maybe try fishing. This is why I like the revamps to the professions. In theory, at least, it rewards those who try the hardest with them. It's, like I said, it's not perfect. There's still some things that I would like them to address and fix long term, but they are definitely significantly better than they ever used to be. Fishing's low-key OP the first months of an expansion before the botters get to it. Well, yeah, true. It's not terrible in any way, shape, or form. Look at, yeah, the ice pools, flipping, fishing up Dark Moon cards. Are you mad? Like, that's, I know I meme on it a little bit, but that's my point, right? Anything and everything has the ability to make gold at the beginning of an expansion. And it's for one very simple reason. If you understand nothing about gold making, learn this one thing. That if you focus on doing gold making when everybody else is too busy doing other things, you will make gold, right? When a brand new expansion launches, everybody's leveling their characters. Everybody's trying to re-gear their characters. People are going to be playing with delves. People are going to be running through the new dungeons. People are going to be trying to do the new raid. They're going to be completing the new zones. People will be doing nearly everything. And many players, the last thing they want to do is sit in a capital city and play with their professions. Which means in comes you, who is happy to sit and play with the professions, and you can very quickly and easily sell everything to everybody that everybody else just will buy off you because they don't want to do it. This is why you have to do something really wrong to not make gold at the beginning of an expansion. The best way to not make gold at the beginning of an expansion is to just, go and play the rest of the game. The rest of the game is very expensive at that point, because everything is at its highest price, everything is rare, the materials are like at their highest value. The beginning of an expansion is very expensive if you just play the game. Dragonflight, we had flipping 100k enchants, for example, right? The beginning of an expansion is expensive. This is why the token crashes in price at the beginning of an expansion. Because most players, they want to just go out and play the game. And more so than ever, most players are now incentivized, because everything is so expensive, to buy a cheeky token or two. They get the expansion, they start playing, they buy a token or two, that gives them a big injection of gold, and then they just buy all the shit they need, right? Job done. And it's all of those random players out there, the generic player base, who are buying those occasional tokens or two, that are getting that influx of gold. And you can be there ready to sell them the stuff, and you just take that gold off them. Thank you very much. Beginning of Dragonflight, I grinded the hell out the dirt piles for the Valdraken rep. I was the only person on my server with the Azurweave bag recipe for like 2 weeks. Made a killing. Early bird does catch the worm. It's true. Imagine actually playing the game. Crazy, right? Season 1, crafting in Dragonflight made me quit because I wasn't able to max my professions on the low pop realm. I hope NPC orders fix that somewhat. Well, that seems to be the plan. I hope we'll get to see how NPC work orders work within a couple of weeks. I suspect they'll probably get that on the test pretty soon. NPC orders, at least we're informed that they are public. You're not going to have to like snipe for them. They are going to be custom to your character. Mostly because they want them to act as a catch-up mechanic as well. This will mean that if you're late to the party, or take some time off and then come back later, you should see more NPC work orders than somebody that keeps up with it early on. I wonder if the NPCs will actually provide maps. I don't know. It might. If Blizzard is clever, if they're clever about it, they'll vary it. I suspect that they probably won't provide materials, as I suspect they will want you, if you're, it's the Kiss Curse scenario, right? It's Kiss Curse. If you're going to take on an NPC work order, they're probably going to make you work for it a little bit. That will mean you provide the materials for it. It's likely to come along with a potential knowledge points thing. You might actually get knowledge points instead of gold, is potentially what I suspect they might do with NPC work orders. They remove the commission, you provide the materials, and the reward for you doing it is knowledge points. That's what I kind of guess might be the way that they structure them. It acts as a catch-up system. It doesn't create a... It isn't going to create like a baseline for what you can charge for stuff. Blizzard doesn't like setting prices for things historically. They tend to try and have a bit of a hands-off approach with this. They tend to let people just figure prices for stuff out themselves. They do NPC work orders. I suspect the commission probably won't be gold. The commission will be, this will reward you a knowledge point. This will reward you 3 knowledge points. And the amount of NPC work orders you have to fill will be relative to how far behind your character is to the overall, you know, landscape of professions. I guess. I'm assuming that's how they might do it. We'll see. We'll see. If they aren't going to provide materials, what if the NPC orders are the exact same for everybody in each profession? Market resets when they spawn. Well, that's a risk. That's a risk. This is why I kind of hope that they are both personal and not too generic. I hope there's a wide variety of them. Otherwise, yeah, we might find that that's a thing. We'll see, we'll see. Hey, a wild gold goblin appears. Welcome in, my man. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. I need Twitch to implement some sort of magical on-the-fly translation tool for when I watch your stream. I sometimes stop by and I have to guess what's going on. I should just learn German, shouldn't I? Max item level, what best for building my threads in Remix? I'm thinking about multi-boxing, spamming heroic dungeons. If you're max item level in Remix, I wouldn't worry about your threads, honestly. You're already gonna be, you're already gonna one-shot everything. I wouldn't be trying to min-max and optimize threads particularly. I'd be focusing on alts, I'd be focusing on bronze more so, because bronze will then allow you to buy the cosmetic stuff. Threads historically are best acquired from just like world farms mostly. But we'll see. NPC work orders rewarding the new artisan. Maybe that could also be another. Maybe the commission could be knowledge points. Maybe the commission could be this artisan's acuity stuff. There's a good couple of ways they could do it. It'll be interesting to test when it turns up. Didn't the blue post specifically say that the NPC work orders were the primary source of metal? Maybe. I can't remember. Spent too much time playing this game recently, I can't remember. Oh, it did? Okay. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. If it's the primary way of doing it, how can it then also act as a... is that so much so that they are planning to make artisan security very controlled, the amount of it that we have? Does that mean they might not give it to us from, like, knowledge point items? I don't know. Grinding Alpha now lost in Remix. Remix is a lot of fun. I'm still playing a lot of Remix. I can't put the damn thing down. I'm focusing on the beta right now, but yeah, Remix is a blast. My guess is they're basically just replacing the weekly profession quests. Maybe that's it. Maybe doing the same 4 quests each and every week for 6 months straight was not fun. Maybe replacing those dumb boring weekly quests with NPC work orders instead. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone, hopefully. You think they're going to change something of the professions in the next 2 months? Oh, definitely. The professions are still lots of them are very early stages. Tailoring has big chunks of it completely missing. Inscription, from what I've heard and what has been reported to me, is very broken still. Blacksmithing, half of it doesn't work. Every week from now on, we're going to see some pretty sweeping changes, I'd imagine, to most of the profession stuff until we get close to a finished product. We were looking through the inventing tree, though, weren't we? I keep getting sidetracked. General skill. More general skill. Big chunk of general skill. Whenever you invent, you may acquire hastily scribbled notes, scrap, and spare parts to put towards other inventions. Interesting. Oh no, the scrapper. It's back. Gain resourcefulness towards all engineering crafts per point in this spec. You may sometimes find lost engineering toys from the Dragon Isles when you scour through scrap. Really? Sure. Lost engineering toys from the Dragon Isles. Clever, I suppose. Fresh 70 on Remix started upgrading my gear. Is it worth it to catch up a piece of purple gear to replace my upgraded blue gear at all? Or is it just wasting bronze that can be kept, you can use to keep upgrading? Yeah, I didn't upgrade any of my gear to epic until I was fully item level capped. I think I agree with Zinc on this. I think this tooltip is probably just a copy paste. Sure, that's not meant to say Dragon Isles. Increases the maximum scrap yield by everything. Resourcefulness, scrap yield from everything. Resourcefulness. You may sometimes find refurbished tinkers from the Dragon Isles when you scour through scrap. These tinkers have been reconfigured with Algari circuitry to be compatible with modern equipment. Oh! Well, that seems to indicate different, since that has both Dragon Isles and Algari circuitry listed in one tooltip. Is that them trying to make sure that the Dragon Isle stuff is still relevant in some way, shape, or form? Odd. I mean, take it, I guess. So this was the resourcefulness tree, predominantly, apart from a couple of weird chance of finding old tinkers and old toys. Ingenious tree is just going to be ingenuity stacked, right? Realize that it is in your best interest to take notes when your prototypes malfunction. Probably should say you now have a chance to acquire notes when your prototypes malfunction. Ingenuity towards crafts. Whenever you invent something, gain Inventor's Gilly, which increases multi-craft resourcefulness and ingenuity for 12 hours. Okay, so you get yourself a buff. Multi-craft resourcefulness and ingenuity for 12 hours. What's the cooldown on inventing then? We haven't learned how to invent yet. We get this from Scour Through Scrap. Channel your genius to create a new prototype. Even great minds need to take breaks, thus you can only invent periodically. Still need to go through more scrap to find more things, don't we? Boom. Speak of the devil. Invent. Tell me I'm wrong, you can't buy a warband bank tab with the gold you have in your warband bank. So stupid. Yeah, that's a bit weird. You'd have to take it out of your warband bank to then buy it. Might be why they only have 2 new Tinkers. Potentially, if they're planning on letting the past Tinkers still be a thing. Maybe. I've never objected to stuff from the past expansion being relevant. I don't get the warband bank gold thing if you can't use it in a simple way. I think there's lots to do with the warbands that is kind of like the first step in the right direction. The whole currency thing, I think, is a bit of a swizz. I think there's the transferring of currencies from one character to another and stuff feels like a bit like why is this this way? It doesn't seem to make. I don't have any on this to showcase, but it feels like they're trying to present the illusion that stuff is account-wide without actually doing the hard work of changing the game code to make it actually account-wide. And there's lots of Blizzard defenders that will jump out and scream and shout to like how it's not so easy to implement and maybe why they shouldn't and this sort of stuff. But my perspective on this is that if you're going to put things account wide, just do it, right? They're still having all of the currencies, character specific currencies, of which then they're bolting on another system on top to make it simpler to transfer them from A to B. Rather, why bolt on that extra system? Why not just make the currencies, you know, kind of actually account wide? If you loot a currency whilst you're playing the game on your account, it should go into one pool and then any of your characters can use it whenever they need it. If you need to put restrictions in place to prevent it from being, you know, I don't know. It just seems like it's like hard. The currency thing of warbands feels like kind of half a job. It feels like a step in the right direction. Maybe it's this expansion's step in the right direction and they just need more time, or it's going to take longer to fully implement properly account-wide currencies. And they'll scrap it next expansion and we'll get the proper solution. Same with gold, really. If they're going to have this warband thing and you can put gold in the warband bank and all of this sort of stuff, then just make gold account wide. This is why 20 years of spaghetti code makes, well, the metaphor that's often used is Blizzard is such a big ship, it takes a long time to change direction, right? You've got a 20-year-old game with 20 years of like probably spaghetti code all over the place. To make a significant change like that probably drastically affects so much more. The roots are probably really deep on something like that. Whereas if a brand new game developer was making a brand new game, they could, you know, far more simply do it correctly the first time, right? You could probably code a game to make an account-wide currency much quicker than you could retrofit, like what Blizzard are trying to do. Is probably the reason, but as somebody that plays the game, I just want the best solution. I just want it to work. I'm not too fussed about what it takes to do it. I just want it to work. Why is the gold cap only 100 mil? Only 100 mil? I think it's fine being 100 mil. So can or can't you use the gold from the Warband Bank when you repair? At the moment, I don't believe you can use it for things like repairs. Which, I agree, kind of makes it feel a bit weird. You can use guild funds for that sort of stuff. Why can't you use Warband funds? Maybe it will be a thing they add, I don't know. Blizzard is probably just trying to avoid the situation of somebody spending all their gold, then freaking out on one of the forums that they thought it was only one character's gold. Well, then they're stupid. That's stupid people do stupid things. I don't think the choice to not do something because somebody might be stupid is usually a terrible reason not to do something. My take, at least. Where do we go after this, then? Whenever you invent, you may acquire hastily scribbled notes, scrap, and spare parts to put towards other stuff. You can then go into parts. An invention is only as good as the quality of its parts. Gain +1 skill when creating parts to further improve your ability. Make your aspirations real. Learn how to pilfer through parts, which allows you to rummage through piles of parts from current and previous eras of engineering. Current and previous eras of engineering in search for useful scrap. Subspec, multi-craft, subspec, skill, subspec, multi-craft, subspec. Crafting parts can now sometimes result in a spare scrap. Never know when it might come in handy. This is the kind of fluff I don't like in tooltips. I don't mind it so much, but never know when it might come in handy. Just get it out of a tooltip. A tooltip is meant to tell me something important. You don't allude to shit in tooltips. Tooltips are there to help you. Like, they need to be detailed. Alluding to this thing might be important to you is like, sure. I am none the wiser. In fact, I am not only none the wiser, I now have more questions than I did before. I'm actually going backwards. Less informed now than I was before I looked at this tooltip. Fluffy way of saying that when you craft something, scrap might pop out. True. Then say that. Say that in like crystal clear, fully understandable by everybody. Correct use of language is super important if you're trying to get a message across. Okay, overclocked cogwheel, serrated cogwheel, adjustable cogwheels, impeccable cogwheels. Okay, what's the difference between all of these then, and why do we care? Master the creation of overclocked cogwheel by gaining +1 skill towards this. Once picking up the node, you will learn how to create the overclocked cogwheel. What are these cogwheel? Cogwheel. Adjustable, impeccable, overclocked, serrated. These are optional crafting reagent. Provides the following property. Allocate the secondary stats of engineering crafting goggles or braces to verse. Verse, mastery, haste, crit. So they're missives in disguise. They're missives in disguise, okay. Engineers missives. And you can choose to spec in each one of the engineer's missives and throw 10 points at it if you wish. Increase the yield of resourcefulness when crafting this particular part by 10%. Gain 5 skill towards this particular part. Right, so they're just hella boring then, right? By the time you've spent 40 points in this, you just unlock the 4 missives and then you just craft them. Okay, sure. Top bit is interesting. The bottom bit, hella boring. The engineered equipment. Yeah, none of these spec trees really fill me with that much excitement. I'm not a big engineering fan in the first place, usually. There's now less nodes and less knowledge points to be spent in these entire trees than there even were in Dragonflight. And Dragonflight, I think engineering was one of the least. I think it had 525. This is less than 500 knowledge points to fill the entire thing. I'm hoping that the playstyle of the profession more interesting. Let's do this in vent business and try and figure out what this is. So this is... Let's just press the button. We have nothing to learn from the professor. Maybe let's just close that. Disassemble invention. We learn 2 days, 23-hour cooldown. 3-day cooldown on inventing. Okay. You can press the button twice a week. Sheesh. Disassemble invention. Disassemble a prototype and take notes on its intricacies. You can later study these notes to learn new recipes. Okay, so I can then decide to salvage this prototype bomb. I can't remember how I got this prototype bomb. Did I get that through scouring through scrap? I think I did, didn't I? So if we disassemble this puppy dog, hastily scrawled notes and piles of scrap. Okay. It's weird how that was like a loot window and not a craft window thing, but sure, take it. We got scrap and we got what this? Hastily scrawled notes. Arrange 30 of these into something comprehensible. Oh, okay, sure. So, turn scrap into stuff. Scrap stuff. Get prototypes. Disassemble said inventions. Save up your notes. And then when you have enough of them, make something. And then that teaches you a recipe. That the loop. I think that's the loop, right? That's the loop. There's another prototype, look. We got the portable profession possibility projector. Summon a possibility projector configured to satisfy the needs of crafting tables. But for us, we're gonna disenchant it down. See you later. Boom. 4 notes. 32. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay. And that's potentially the gameplay loop. Right, give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Quick break, and then we'll figure out the rest of this. Yo. I did not say you could have a Pedro party. I did not authorize that. All right, let's do some scrapping. Let's find some stuff. Less nodes, less knowledge in itself is exciting. Dragonflight engineering is massively bloated. In desperate need of some proving, so it's probably a net positive. Fair. There was a lot of random stuff. I mean, there still seems to be quite much stuff here. My question is how and where do we, how the hell do we obtain knowledge points or skill in the profession predominantly? We can do a bunch of scrapping, assuming we have scrap. The fact that this only takes 5 scrap is actually not too bad. Especially since actually these prototypes for starters, when you disassemble them, seem to... What do you mean you can't use that?
I can't use that.
Okay. Sure. Not allowed to disassemble that one, apparently.
I can't use that.
Okay, well that's busted. Try again. Delete the damn thing. This is also theoretically meant to teach us stuff, without an indication right now of knowing if there's anything that we can still learn from it. It's kind of like baby alchemy, this. Kind of the same concept as alchemy via a discovery system. It's just not quite as juicy. Just not quite as good. Why is some of this stuff that's popping out quality 2 as well? Why are we getting the odd quality 2 thing here and there? It makes me think that this might be missing some sort of skill thing. Like random quality 3 chaos circuit there. Maybe it is just random. Some more notes. Yeah, see, these give you... It's only 5 to do the scouring. And that's like, it's giving me back enough to do like 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get another one within 8. It's almost as if the amount of scrap that you get back finding a prototype and breaking it down covers the cost of your next little scrapping adventure. It's not net positive, but it's not actually... Okay, we didn't get anything from that, but in fairness, all of that was like practically free. Go, another prototype. Another 40 piles of scrap. Alright, so I assume we just need to go through that process repeatedly for as long as we have scrap. Get prototypes to slowly build out these hastily scrawled notes. Bit of a chore though, mind, at the moment doing to get these, but depends how much of a chore it'll be once the game goes live. Plus, we need to be predominantly crafting and selling this shit to people. Although I'm not sure we're meant to even. Maybe we are able to craft and sell these. Way to get some skill points. Go inventing first. You now have a third schematic choice whenever you consider your carefully organized ideas. I still don't know what that means. Other than somebody mentioned the Torghasty thing where you get 3 options to choose from. Maybe when I've got 30 of these. Another prototype. Raise, gyrating gears. Okay, we've gone a long time without a prototype. Oh, they're unique 1. Oh, that's also something I didn't know. That's something you got to be careful of. These things are unique. You can only hold 1 of them at a time. You got to break it down the second you get it. Otherwise, I've just wasted a shitload of scrap. Oh, do they go to the mail if they overflow, do they? So out of curiosity, is this whatever's in my mailbox right now going to be mailbox? Ah, see, somebody had that mount, had the new mount. Look. Ah, okay. Yeah, they've all gone to my mailbox. Look.
Nah, I can't carry any more of those.
Oh Christ! Think, and now I'm not at the workbench. Flipping Lord have mercy. Okay, well we're not doing that then. We break them down as we get them then. There we go, there's one. Six for that one. Oh, you've left me 1 short. We need 30, right? It's 30? Yeah. Oh, there's another one. Flipping. Have mercy. Okay, sure. There we go. Right, so now we've got 30 of these. Arrange 30 hastily scored notes into something comprehensible. Rearrange notes. Comprehensibly organized ideas. Study your notes to choose a new engineering schematic to learn. Selection of possible schematics increases as you specialize in engineering. So is that what this was alluding to? You now have a third schematic choice whenever you consider your carefully organized ideas. So, aha! Teaches you the schematic or your tinker. Art-seeking health injector. Art-seeking health injector tinker, wormhole generator, or potion bomb of power. A wormhole generator? Now we got it. Oh, well, I do quite like that. I do quite like that. This might mean leveling engineering is quite a chore if you just if you just like to be a bit of a profession junkie. I have engineering on an alt that I don't particularly play all that much, which might very aggressively limit my amount of rusted scrap. So time will tell in that regard whether I have to put more playtime onto that alt to get enough scrap to slowly research and learn everything. But giving you choice is nice. I like that. I like that you slowly but surely get some scrap, You can smush it down to try and find some goodies. I'm still at 704 scrap, by the way. My actual quantity of scrap hasn't really reduced all that much. I think I started with 1,000, right? I've got a shitload of stuff in the mailbox that I didn't know was a thing. Actually, doing this disassembling and getting this is almost net positive right now, it feels. Irresistible red button. There's all allies. Every time I disassemble something, I'm getting like 40 scrap, which is predominantly meaning my actual scrap pile is increasing, not decreasing, based on how it seems to be balanced right now. Meaning actually, you might not need all that much scrap to like fuel the fire for you to sit and have a good blast through this and get a bunch of recipes. I mean, RNGesus is definitely a thing still, sure, but plus at the same time, you'll be getting a bunch of components to build stuff with. Not a lot, mind, but some. $19 again. I mean, it's also probably worth pointing out that these random ass quality 3 procs of these early in the expansion is probably money as well. This is kind of a win from all angles. We're up to 24. We're still at 760 scrap, look. You see, our scrap is going up and down. But I've also not particularly... it's not particularly cost me that much in scrap so far. I'm pretty sure I bought 1,000 from the vendor before we started this adventure, this little adventure, and I'm still at like 800. And if I went and fixed everything in the mailbox, I might even have more than I started with. There we go, there's another 30. Okay, now we got another one. Let's assume by this point, add some more knowledge points. Can we make this? It's just skill towards anything and everything. Skill, subspec, skill, subspec, skill, subspec, skill. Whenever you invent, you hastily acquire. You may acquire hastily scribbled notes. Is that these things? Is it scribbled or scrawled? Hastily scribbled notes. That says hastily scrawled notes. Are they the same thing? Or is that a typo? I'm assuming they're the same thing. The item has been called something different and somebody hasn't updated a tooltip. I guess. Tooltip says scribbled. Next time you get a portable crafting table, place it next to a mailbox. Oh yeah, that might work, yeah. So let's say we put a few points in this. No, we don't, because we don't have any. We don't have any points. Don't have any points because we ain't made nothing. Still says first craft. I don't know why. Wormhole generators. Your wormhole generator also requires a lot of scrap. But it still, once again, requires Kazalgar engineering. So, does that mean, once again, even though you can sell them? Wowhead Beta has both notes as separate. They've got separate item IDs, have they? Whilst you can sell these wormhole generators, I guess it means a engineer that is spec'd in a different direction or doesn't have the recipe will buy it from another engineer that has made it, I suppose. Is the guess. Right, where's my little book of knowledge points? Let's just falsify the game now. Let's see what happens when we get places. So, we've played a little bit, we've done a little bit, we got our first spec, we decide to go... Realise that it's in your best interest to take notes when your prototypes malfunction. That's making the assumption that I actually use it. Scrapper, on the other hand. You now sometimes find lost engineering toys from the Dragon Isles when you scout. I'm intrigued. Go on then, give me some Dragon Isles toys. Well, apparently never lucky. Now we're not even getting flipping... Now we've stopped getting the prototypes. Unless I'm on a cold streak. One hell of a cold streak. Massive cold streak. Wait, hang on. I've not got a prototype in my bags, do I? No. It would tell me if I had one in my bags. Hahaha. Okay, sure. There. We were just on a cold streak. Oh, and we got the one that's dumb. Okay, we're still not giving us any, still not dishing out those toys it promises. Come on. Need that gamba jackpot. Do what you say you're gonna do. Oh! Malfunctioning Stealth Man 54. There we go. Somebody do me a price check on retail right now. What are these bad boys going for? It's an old toy? Like pre-Dragonflight old? Like Wrath of the Lich King old? Really? Wow. What's it called? Stealthman 54. Added in Dragonflight. It's a Dragonflight one. NA auction house 40k, EU auction house 5k. Either way, shows it works. Shows it works. Okay. So that works. We can confirm that that does its thing. Resourcefulness. Maximum scrap yield from all sources is increased by 1. Maximum yield, resourcefulness. You may now sometimes find refurbished tinkers from the Dragon Isles. Well, let's say we put 30 points in that. Let's see if that does what it says it does. You're going to give me some refurbished tinkers now? Refurbished tinker. Alarma turret. Insert into a tinker socket for the following effect. Yeah. I mean, it works. Quite cool. It's the only thing I would say is that it already feels like this is maybe not a positive feedback loop, but should you have a few hundred scrap, you can go on a bit of a hot streak and not actually end up using any of it. Because when you break down a prototype, it gives you most of the scrap back. Feels like the amount of scrap you get back from disassembling something should probably be reduced. Otherwise, you know, it's great that these have a value, but they will drop to 0 if this is a positive feedback loop. $51 scrap that time, you see. It seems like it's reimbursing significantly more scrap than I feel it probably should. Maybe it should reimburse you for like a couple of freebies, but it shouldn't reimburse you so much that if you get a quick chain of prototypes, there we go, there's another refurbished tinker, look. Aha, defective doomsday device. Second one, straight away. Boom. Bish bash. Oh my god, 3 for 3. 3 for 3. There goes my luck for the rest of the day. Fun. Spidertron. Interesting how this one still says requires Dragonal's Engineering 1. Refurbished for use in Kazangar equipment. Success chance is equivalent to a mid-tier Algari tinker. Having only Dragonflight junk as the prizes is so weird. Now if it was any legacy engineering toy or mount, then that would be very exciting. There was something that said something about it going back even further in time, didn't it? Where was it? Whenever you invent, gain Inventor's Gilly, which increases multicraft resourcefulness and ingenuity for 12 hours. Didn't we realise Invent was on like a hooning great big cooldown though? This is on a 3-day cooldown. It's on a 3-day cooldown, but you can get yourself a 12-hour buff after using it. That's gonna mean that you're gonna want to use your invent and then for the next 12 hours craft shit. And then not craft shit for 2.5 days. I see, this is the thing, right? When you provide the opportunity to get a buff, all it really does is mean that when you don't have the buff, you're nerfed. Because there'll be somebody else out there that's crafting with the buff. So is there a way to reduce the invent time down? Reduces the cooldown of invent by 50%. Increases the rate which you can rummage and scour by 50%. Rate you can rummage and scour by 50%. What's rummaging and scouring? What? Rummaging and scouring. What? Those other things we haven't found yet? Pilfer through parts. Pilfer through 5 spare parts in the use of. Oh, why have we not got this? Inventing parts. So then this is where the cycle goes round on itself again. This bonus shit that you find while scrapping, you can turn it back into yet even more scrap. Seemingly only quality 1 and quality 2 though, because we have had some quality 3 and it doesn't allow you to pilfer through quality 3 stuff. We haven't learned the recipe though. Inventing parts. Inventing. You have to go down this way to get this. I was already concerned that we've got a bit of a positive feedback loop on the go. Now I'm more thinking we definitely have. We go that way. We go here. Now we can pilfer through parts as well. Now we can chuck all the shit that we get. Pilfer through parts. Now we throw all the trash back in here. Because the quality 3s, you're obviously going to sell them or use them, right? You're not going to break down the quality 3s. Now you pilfer through these. Oh, you don't get a lot though. 3. This might be... Okay, this is quite clever, because they've already stated that the importance of quality 3 materials is going to be greater than it was in Dragonflight, which instantly set alarm bells off in my mind as to say, well, does that not mean that if quality 3 is more important, that ultimately means that quality 1 and quality 2 is less important? Quality 1 barely exists on a lot of stuff because people can't ever get them. Quality 2, on the other hand, is often just considered a byproduct, that you sell it for as much as you can possibly get for it, hope that some sucker buys it. So at least this way, or engineering at least, it addresses that. That you can always recycle cheap shit. You're not going to really have much success selling anyway. Because there's also the probability that if you're going this route... Why are you going this route particularly, though? Other than inventing just gives you flat skill for everything. I'm trying to consider, what are you actually fishing for by doing all of this? Because missives is not the attractive reason to be going in this direction. Maybe you're doing this to find as much stuff as you possibly can to potentially get the good stuff, right? You're hoping to get enough of these hastily scrawled notes to research some good shit. That's probably your long-term plan by going this route. And anything you can do to get yourself as much scrap as possible in the shortest period of time is a win. At some point the market will be flooded with quality 1 bolts and stuff from people leveling. Gyrating gear equals gyrating rear equals gap. Sure. How is scrap being obtained? Presumably by just going out and playing the game, killing things and having engineering. Is predominantly the way you do it. Engineers historically loot scrap off mobs. Dare I say, you might need to go out and mob grind if you want a lot quickly. Yeah, my suspicion is the reason you're doing this is fishing for some of the good recipes. And so you might choose to recycle any of this basic bitch stuff that you get to get as many recipes as you can as fast as you can. And if it's cost effective, what you can do is once you've got pilfer through parts, if you really object to playing the game, it might be cost effective to just make handfuls of bismuth bolts and then pilfer them. It might be, you know, depending on what they actually price these at when it's fully balanced. You could just buy a shitload of ore, make a bunch of bolts, turn those bolts into your scrap. This actually puts a baseline value on your scrap. You can obviously go out and get free. You farmed it, so it's free. Shoot me. You can go out and get farmed stuff, or you can manufacture it, so wish. Probably not a very efficient way of doing it, but at least you can. So the play test for this to really see how it feels is to maybe not buy 1,000 scrap from the vendor to begin with. See how much like ore you need to purchase to like manufacture that scrap yourself. Prototype. Oh, hang on. Crafting tables. Isn't the one... This is the one I should use over by the mailbox, isn't it? Hang on.
can't carry any more of those.
What? Why does that not consider a tinker's workbench? Oh. Engineering. Hey, it becomes an engineering table. Right, there we go. Go, go, gadget, go.
I can't carry any more of those.
Yeah, I think they could do with getting rid of the unique one on these, if I'm honest.
I can't carry any more of those.
I mean, it creates a gameplay loop. It doesn't create one that I consider as fun, though.
I can't carry any more of those. I can't carry any more of those.
Yeah, I think this is going quite well to prove a point that this almost creates a positive feedback loop on scrap, which I think is a little bit overpowered. That means you could just, in theory, stand there for long enough and eventually get everything. Maybe they want you to do that? Because I bought 1,000 and I pissed around a little bit at the beginning. And I'm still at 851. And weirdly, if it's a positive feedback loop, it creates a problem if it also magically creates quality 3 stuff out of thin air, right? That's not really something you want it to do. It means with enough, if it is a positive feedback loop on scrap, with enough time and effort, you could theoretically get all of your materials entirely for free. Whilst also making gold at the same time. Which I'm quite sure not the approach they really want. The solution to this is for this disassembling to not give you quite as much scrap back. This is the only thing that's making it a net positive. Skinning knowledge points are time-gated besides the rare items. Yes. Yes, most gathering professions are very time-gated with their knowledge. In fact, everything is time-gated for knowledge in some way, shape or form. Outside of farming dragon shards. Dragonflight, you do not really need tier 3 mats to craft most engineering stuff. I use tier 1 parts if they're cheaper to buy on the auction house. Maybe the case, but they're altering things in the War Within to make material quality matter more. In Dragonflight, using top quality materials can give you a 25% bonus to your, up to a 25% bonus to your skill. But of course we had things like inspiration and stuff, so guaranteeing top quality stuff, you just shuffle for it. In the War Within, you can get up to a 40% skill bonus by using quality 3 materials. Meaning that using quality 3 materials is likely to eventually get you to the point where you can guarantee top quality stuff. But you will need to be using quality 3. If you're using quality 2, you'll be making quality 4 items. You won't be making top quality stuff. This is why I think they're trying to make some systems that hoover up and recycle the trash. so that there doesn't end up being just like a glut, an overflow of all of the cheap crap. Using that schematic gave you the recipe. Did I get a recipe for something? Oh, it did. Oh, it actually did. You're right. I got the portable profession possibility projector now. Oh. Well, that changes everything. That means you might not necessarily... Does that now mean I then cannot get that prototype version again? Let's try. I've had this one loads, right? I've had this one absolutely loads. I use the thing. Potion Bomb of Power. Okay, now I don't have Potion Bomb of Power. But that's not strictly across the board rule. Maybe because that has another source of acquiring it anyway. Venting prototyping notes. So that has to come from this thing. Odd. Two tinkers. God, we're getting so many of these refurbished tinkers. Right, filmless camera. Racial inner photographer. Filmless camera. Vice. Filmless camera. Venting prototyping notes. Do we think using this will teach me this recipe? Oh, it went boom. We didn't get... Did the potion one I used make me go boom as well? Did I try to use it and it didn't work? Maybe that's why it's a prototype. Maybe I just got lucky with the crafting table that it actually worked. And then I learnt it. If it doesn't fail, it probably teaches it to you. That could be it. That could be the trick. Ocean Bomb of Speed. Hey! Okay. So, if the prototype works, you learn the recipe. It seems to be. Which is quite clever. Now we have the Potion Bomb of Speed. Ah, okay, so you don't have to entirely rely on these scribbled notes. Maybe the bigger the better, the cooler stuff is still from these though, mind. Concealed Chaos module. This is an embellishment. Ocean Bomb of Recovery. Concealed Chaos module. Oh, we've got the same one twice. Okay. Try again. Bismuth miner headgear. Low-end mining accessory. But that same one twice. Heart-seeking health injector. The feedback loop stays the way it is now. The slow notes route takes longer but will be more reliable. Yeah, if you can continuously recycle and generate a similar amount of scrap, and if you ever get short, just make it with flipping bismuth bolts on the cheap. Going this route and then picking from one of 3 each and every time is definitely a slower, more grindy approach. But it also takes out the RNG of the prototypes going boom. That's quite clever, you know. Oh. Hang on, let's use this barrel of fireworks, because this one is busted. I can't scrap this one anyway. I went wrong. Oh, I got scorched junk. When they fail, I've been gaining these scorched junk things. What are these? Ha! Pile of rusted scrap. So even if they go wrong, you get something back. You just don't get your notes or your scrap, or quite as much scrap. Oh, it's all quite clever, isn't it? All quite clever. Not as delicately put together, I don't think, as alchemy, but still pretty clever. 1 minute. One fix for the scrapping would be to give you a prototype at minimum every 10 disassemble inventions. I mean, at the moment, it seems to be net positive anyway. Repairbot 101. Boom. Repairbot 101. Alright, well, the gameplay loop for this seems to be pretty simple. You can go the slow, steady, methodical way of scouring through scrap to try and get prototypes, to try and get new stuff. You can take those prototypes if you wish, and... Dented can? You can take those prototypes if you wish and try and use them, and if they are successful, you will gain the recipe. Alternatively, you can disassemble them for these mini notes and some of your scrap back. In fact, more scrap back than you've often spent, which is why I think is a touch risky business. I am starting to spot, though, that there seems to be a bad luck protection system sort of on these, that I'm not getting the same ones twice. Which might mean that if you do actually use these to learn recipes, you might less frequently get them when doing scrap, and so your positive feedback loop then goes away. Let's see if that's a thing. Oh, I can't even try and use this particularly because I need a dead person. Okay, that makes that one a touch difficult. It's unique 1. If you get this as a prototype and want to learn the recipe for this, you need to go find a dead person. Odd. Huh. Alright, sure. Let's see the message in Discord. What we Our mining notes over the place in Tiny. I've not played with mining yet. Not done any of the gathering stuff. On, give me something good. Pausing pylon. Yeah, I don't seem to be getting the same ones again. I don't seem to be getting the same ones again. I wonder if this is... Pausing pylon. Maybe this is why they're unique 1. Because maybe... Oh no, hang on. Potion Bomb of Power. Isn't that the one we've already got? No. Potion Bomb of Speed. I'm starting to wonder, you know, if they're on a bad luck protection system. Meaning that once you've learnt the recipe, you no longer get the prototype versions. If you no longer get the prototype versions... Your smart play, as it stands currently, maybe that, in fact, maybe it has the same, maybe the end game is the same, because if you go through the scrawled notes route of obtaining stuff, you'll eventually get them either way anyway. Filmless camera. Now we've learned the filmless camera. So actually, it might only really be... It might only be a positive feedback loop until you've got X amount of recipes. Then it might... Then, because the loot table is less, you might not get your prototypes as frequently. Meaning the amount they refund you back doesn't negate the amount that you had to spend to get it in the first place. If that's the case, this is also very clever. Huh. Okay. Barrel of fireworks one. Ah, that works this time. Okay. Bomb of Recovery. Once again, we're not getting the same ones. We're not getting the same ones again. I severely suspect we might get to the point where we just don't get any prototypes again at all.
I can't drink anymore yet.
I mean, you can't drink it yet. Oh. Cool down on that one. Alright, well, we'll smush it for now. Learn something new this way. Bismuth clamps, low-end jewel crafting tool. Brainwave protector, low-end tool. Safety component thing. These do seem to present a different wave of items to learn, though. Seems to be a much wider. See, these things, when you have the notes seem to give you more like professional equipment, sort of stuff, tinkers, whereas the prototypes are giving you like the devices. And maybe you have to kind of do a little bit of both to get all of the different stuff. The beta open to anybody? No. If you have the Epic pre-order for the War Within, you get access to the beta. Or you can opt in and hope you get an invite. And for reference, I've done all of this so far without really dumping huge amounts of points into these spectries. Meaning that it's entirely viable to do this early days, right? Your first day or so, first week in the War Within, you could be doing exactly this. This is your way to get a bunch of the recipes and stuff, and of which then craft these up and you get your skill points that way. Increase the chance to gain a skill point by 75%. Well, needed they're going to be at like 90 plus in most professions. Comprehensively organized ideas. Comprehensively organized ideas. Venting, adjustable cog. Oh yeah, we learned those specifically. What did it say? Comprehensively something something. You may now discover engineering brace of recipes from comprehensively organized ideas. Is that when we turn these notes into something else? It's one of these ideas business. Should have noted the name of it. 12. I need loads of these. It could be that the play here, as weird and as sweaty as it sounds, it could be that the play is to continuously rotate through your scrap, breaking down any and every prototype you get early days, so that you gain as many of these hastily scored notes as you can, as quickly as you can. Learn everything you can possibly learn from these, and then start using the prototypes. That's real degen. But it could equally be the cheapest way to learn all the recipes very quickly. I definitely seem to be getting way less prototypes now, though, since learning a few of them. Makes me think that the list of possible ones is getting much smaller now. Whereas at the beginning I was getting a prototype like every few times. Now I seem to be getting the same ones again, that it kind of wants me to do something with them. I think that's kind of the play. I mean, if I get the mount prototype, I'm gambling away. Oh, well, yeah, obviously, if you get the mount early days, then you do what you need to do. But I suspect the mount can only come from these scorned notes. Does it not say? Called Crowd Pummeler. Inventing prototyping and notes. Oh, you can get a prototype for it then. I don't know what the prototype would be for it, though. Because it's not a tool you just use. You get these jumper cables quite frequently. I don't think we've ever had this stone-bound lantern thing. Oh no, that actually comes from a quest, look. Another dented can. Same flipping tinker, look, that same one. Game really wants me to learn that one. I wonder though, as cool as this is it fun? This is the question I always ask myself with these systems. Is this actually a fun way of getting the recipes? I think the fact that there seems to be a bit of a positive feedback loop on your scrap, and the fact that it's likely to be so easy to make the scrap to break it down, whilst very clever, I'm not entirely sure it falls under the category of fun. Because if there's a way that you can just stand here and grind it out, that's exactly what players are going to do. Hastily scored notes convert into comprehensively organized ideas. Right, okay. The selection of possible schematics increases as you specialize in engineering. You aren't sure what these scraps were meant to depict. A clever rearrangement might inspire some ideas. So what was it that made alchemy seem so nice? Alchemy is just, it's very clever. Very clever. They have now carefully designed a way so that you will continue to press the research button even once you have researched everything. Because there's the chance you can spec into alchemy so that you can sometimes proc bonus flasks when you research. Now flasks are going to be big business again, and that is reason enough for you to continue to keep your research on cooldown even once you've researched everything. Plus, they fixed this. They fixed it now so that it feels a lot more natural to sort of recycle the trash that you don't need. It's created a nice. It's a nice little loop. It's a nice little loop. 647 golden mains. Wasn't it like 300 on something yesterday? And that number doubled. That seems like so many. That's so many golden mains. That screams dupe, you know. That screams dupe. That sounds fishy AF. Not a dupe, he's just got a really good gaming chair. Clearly. Clearly. And he's magicked to 25th hour of the day. Mad skills. Yeah, you can start to see now that my actual scrap total is now depleted quite heavily. Scrap is now going down rather than floating at about the same point like it was earlier. Although we are now getting this one like frequently. So maybe the chance to get a prototype doesn't actually change. It's just the list of possible ones it can give you gets smaller and smaller. Lightning tether. Aha! Teaches you the schematic for the Crowd Pummeler 230. This is a mount that is guaranteed to impress your friends. There's the way you get the mount then. I need that as a screenshot because that's not a screenshot that's going to be easy to replicate again in the future. You'll need around 40 manuals to unlock everything. Or maybe more, so it's a lot of scrap. Oh shit, hang on. I closed it. Please give me the same ones again. Woo! I was worried for a minute there it wouldn't give me the same ones. Oh, you whispered me. I don't know when you whispered me. It's alright, don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay. Alright, well that's quite cool. You'll need around 40 manuals to unlock everything, or maybe, so that's a lot of scrap. 1,200 papers, which is crazy. It's time consuming. Time consuming. You're unlikely to need quite that many scrap though. It's just time consuming. You can predominantly get a refund for most, if not all, of your scrap, so. It's just going to take a couple of hours of your day on an engineer to do it though. You're just consistently shuffling through prototypes, break them down, shuffle, break them down, shuffle some more, break them down. Shuffle, break it down, get most of your scrap back, get your notes, you get 30 notes, make a thing, rinse and repeat until you have all the things. you get in early and dump lots of gold into it, you can probably make it all back and more if you're the first one with the recipes. You're not even dumping gold into it. This is the point. Like, the scrap is unlikely to be that expensive. Since once you've got the pilfer parts thing, you can just make cheapest chips bismuth bolts. Bismuth bolt, and obviously this is assuming it only takes 2 bismuth right now, but like the point is that it's likely to be, it's the first thing, right? It's the first thing. It's easily going to be the cheapest. You can make a bunch of bolts. You can pilfer them to get you your, you know, your seed scrap, and then you can use that seed scrap. Hopefully, just regenerate it as much as possible. Yeah, you shuffle your way through this though until you get the mount. Then GG. That said, the mount on the beta right now, and I think they've kind of probably done this deliberately, has default level dum-dum materials attached to it. This is probably to distract people away from what the actual materials for it are going to be. Because otherwise you can, you know, goblins will goblin things and they'll figure out the optimal route and know how much to charge for it and all sorts of things. It does degenerate stuff. That's quite clever. Okay, we're going to leave it there for today. I've accidentally once again streamed for way longer than I expected to. I seem to do this every day. The rest of the profession, I think, is mostly much of this. You want the mount, you go the inventing route. You shuffle your shit. You do whatever you do to get the mount. You make a bunch of gold by selling the mount. And then you decide if playing with bombs is for you. You decide if crafting guns for people or braces for people or making profession gear or making goggles are for you. You pick a path, but I pretty much think most goblins are going to go the inventing path and will do what I've been doing here to get some of the goodies to sell. Because that's realistically what these are, obviously. Look, like most of these, you can craft them, you can put them on the house. Everything, you are going to be restricted in some way, shape or form, potentially, in what these cost, because they have this bind on pickup scrap. But as we said, you can actually manufacture that. These are all likely to be very subject to change. But that's the goblin route, right? But Matthew, you only streamed for 3 hours. Haha, yes. Part 2. So that's probably the goblin route. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. We'll leave it there. I've already played this game way too much again today. We'll dive back in tomorrow. We're nearing the end of our first little look. Or I'm getting, should I say, relatively comfortable of an understanding of most of the professions now. We have done alchemy, we've done blacksmithing. A quick TLDR then. Alchemy, top tier, incredibly well put together. Fantastic profession. Whoever built it should be proud. Blacksmithing, same old, busted, broken, very difficult test. Cooking, we'll get to that eventually. Enchanting, we still need to look at. Engineering, we've just spent a bunch of time on. Fishing is fishing. We'll do that when we do cooking. Herbalism is gathering. Mining is gathering. We still need to look at inscription, but I've been told it's broken. Leatherworking, I need to have a little bit of a look at. And tailoring, I've also been told is broken. But we're getting there. We'll tick off some of the other ones tomorrow. That's my plan, at least. In the evenings, I've been making huge amounts of notes of everything that we've gone through during the streams in order to hopefully not forget shit, because it's a lot to take in. And more importantly, to hopefully be able to put some little videos together for each profession for more general public to go, okay, this is what you need to know. That's the plan, at least. But thank you all for joining once again today. I hope you're enjoying these beta streams. We will probably get out into the zones a little bit more, test out delves. We'll do a bunch of that sort of stuff once we've kind of got our basic understanding of the professions down. This was always going to take a bit of time because I felt like I'm playing catch up because I have alpha. This was always going to take a bit of time, but once we've got the basics, then we just, we just dip back into it each week and see what and anything's changed. Hopefully, they'll be good with their patch notes during the beta. If they're good with the patch notes, we'll be absolutely golden. Means we'll have a good understanding of everything before the game goes live, and we'll make all of that gold. Yes, yes. Hit the follow button if you haven't already. A bunch of you have hit the follow button today, so thank you very much. If you're new around here, I hope you're enjoying. If you're a regular, thank you once again for joining. I don't know who's streaming on a Sunday. Oh, Bear's online. Is Bear online? I don't know what she's up to. She could be doing... she's doing some mount hunting. Go say hi to Bear. Send you over there. Let's get a raid on the go. Holiday mode engaged. Oh, she's on holiday. Okay, cool. Alrighty, let's get this on. Go say hi to Bear, boys and girls. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of the day. I'll see you next time. Peace.